And now the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. However, it is noted that Councillor Crew has requested that her item 22C, which is the motion of Councillor Crew regarding the strengthening of powers of the Integrity Commissioner, just be postponed until the February meeting so more information can be gathered. And therefore, the two deputations regarding this item will be carried forward to that meeting also. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda. We have three. We have Councillor Harrigan with regards to 11A. We have Councillor Story and Councillor Carmen McGregor with regards to item 12G, the application for zoning bylaw amendment for 7030 baseline in the community of Wallaceburg. We also have Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Bondi, and Councillor Allen participating virtually this evening through the call, so we will be going to them for their votes and any comments that they may have throughout the evening. Mr. Mayor, we're going to move just to one report with regards to the leave of absence for Councillor Melissa Harrigan. I'll pass it back to you.
Councillor Anderson and Councillor Sakachi, and you should move this, please.
Yep, I'll move it.
Councillor Harrigan can't hear you.
Oh, well, let's wait. Councillor Harrigan, can you hear us? Councillor Allen, can you hear us? Okay, 1 second. Meredith is coming to fix the problem. Councillor Allen, can you hear me? Thank you. Councillor Harrigan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great, thank you. So now we would move on to the clerk's office report with regards to leave of absence for Councillor Melissa Harrigan.
Councillor Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't think there's much to be discussed when it comes to this. I think that it's a no-brainer that we will all support this. I just wanted to give a shout out to Melissa and let her know that we are all here with you. We're all thinking of you. And we just collectively ask that whoever, everyone within Chatham-Kent and further prays to, thinks about, talks to in their own private time, that you keep Melissa and her family in those thoughts as she fights through her battle. Thanks.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to echo Councillor Anderson's comments. Melissa has not only been a great colleague over the last 4 years, a community asset, and a good friend. She brings extraordinary value to the council chambers, and while she's fighting the difficult fight, she'll be in our thoughts and prayers, and we wish her nothing but the best and look forward to the day she can rejoin us in the horseshoe. Thank you.
I just want to add a couple things that, yes, she's been amazing around the horseshoe the last 4 years and a bit, and Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Anderson will send you a picture right now. She's got it? Okay, great. Just to show the support around council chambers. I look at every councillor and most of the administration's wearing a shirt to support you. We look forward to your speedy recovery. You are in our thoughts and prayers, and we look forward to the day you're sitting back in here. So with that, I will put this to vote. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Council, too, that Councillor Sakachi has been added to the Tilbury BIA. Councillor Anderson has the Wheatley BIA at the same time. So although she would love to support, we have moved Councillor Sakachi into that motion, just to be clear. Councillor Harrigan obviously has declared a conflict of interest. Councillor Allen, how would you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Bondi, are you there? He may not be into the call yet. So all votes are in and motion passes 16-0.
With that, Councillor Harrigan, I will move to you. I know you wanted to say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kennethan. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for giving me a couple of minutes tonight. I cannot stay for very long. My new bedtime hangs out around 7 or 7:30 with my 6-year-old on account of the current treatment I'm receiving. But I did want to just share a few thoughts that I have and a bit of information for my constituents regarding the medical leave of absence that Council has just processed. That relieves me from my council and committee obligations while I am undergoing treatment for breast cancer. So as you are all aware, shortly after the election in December of 2022, I was diagnosed with stage 3 invasive ductal carcinoma. And in order to cure me of this disease, I'm undergoing chemotherapy until April, followed by surgery and radiation in the spring and summer. I am really dedicating my entire being to my treatment plan, to being the healthiest I can be, and to removing any, calendar obligations or stresses from my body, mind, and family at the current moment. It's certainly been a learning journey, and there is a new full-time job in my life, and that is arranging the treatments and the visits and the medical appointments at the London Regional Cancer Program. I am actually lucky enough to be doing some of my chemotherapy in Chatham. Tomorrow is the 3rd infusion that I have of 8 at CKHA. I'm doing well. I'm handling treatment well as can be, and feel really, really positive about the future. And I want to thank everybody for the support that they've provided over the last month. I really think it's important to reassure the constituents across Chatham-Kent that many of the goals and campaign platforms that I had set out during the election are still able to be achieved during this council term, despite this little hiccup or short leave that I'm taking. While I am stepping away from formal obligations and meetings of council and council committees, I am still your councillor. I'm always up for a conversation about your hopes and dreams for our community and community issues that you see. And certainly can liaise some of that to my fellow colleagues around the table so that we can continue to make Chatham-Kent a better place to live, work, and play. To the fellow councillors and my EMT colleagues around the table, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support and encouragement, words of wishes. Your photo brought tears to my eyes. I saw everybody arranging and staging the photo as we were prepping for council this evening. I especially want to thank Councillors McGregor, Hall, Story, and Sakashi for stepping in on the committees while I'm away, and Councillor Anderson for taking a greater role in Ward 1 dealing with issues over the next few months. And of course, I see a lot of pink in the area, and so again, to thank everyone for supporting the Her Fight is Our Fight campaign. I am looking for more opportunities to raise awareness and funds to local needs within CKHA. Our local hospital plays a big role in our residents' cancer journeys, and that's something that I have been able to really appreciate over the last month. Quickly, I'd just like to mention the importance of early detection, self-exams, and participating in annual cancer screenings. Every year in Canada, it's estimated that over 28,000 women and 270 men will be diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer is curable if it's caught early, but early detection is key, which means that it's important to know your body, to participate in monthly self-exams, and to call your doctor or connect with the local healthcare system if you notice anything different. Cancer screening is the most important way to cure cancer because it allows us to fight cancer early. And so in closing, I will just say that in the coming months, I will certainly be doing things that I hadn't planned, but that won't be without purpose. And I will be sharing my journey on social media pages as I'm able to, and I will certainly stay in touch as I progress through my cancer journey. And I truly mean it when I say I cannot wait to get back to that horseshoe and to be better and stronger and certainly changed, but hopefully change for the better. And I can't thank you all enough for your support on the journey until then. So thank you so much, Mayor Canna. Thank you, everybody. And, certainly I'll keep in touch. And as I said, I won't be staying on for the remainder of council this evening because I need to get to sleep to get ready for tomorrow. But in closing, I will just say that I feel strong, I feel supported, and I feel ready to be cancer-free at the end of this road.
Councillor Harrigan, I know I speak for everyone in this room that we look forward to the day that you're back here with us, and hopefully it's a very short journey to get here. Thanks. With that, we'll move on to item 12, planning.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there is anyone present other than the applicant and or their agent with an interest in the item and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if anyone is present indicating an interest in the item, or if written or video submissions have been received, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the item, other than the applicant, will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. The clerk will read the written submissions and video submissions that have been received. 6, the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments based on any discussion that may have occurred. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item. If any person or public body that files an appeal decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or have made a written or oral submission regarding a particular planning item will receive notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to municipal clerk. Thank you.
12A, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Peaceful Acres Limited, 29914 and 29988 Tramway Road, Community of Camden, North Kent. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there is no conflict, no deputations were received.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or agent wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councillor McGrail and Councillor Juvenville, can I get you to move this, please?
Sure, I'll be happy to put this forward. And I will second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi, how would you like to vote? Councillor Bondi, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, hi Judy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. How would you like
Okay,
to vote?
yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12B, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Kenneth Anderson and Brett Anderson Farms Limited, Dover Center Line, Community of Dover, North Kent. No conflict of interest and no deputations have been received.
Is there anyone present wishing to speak to this application? Yes. Yeah, if you give your name and your address, and then you've got 5 minutes. Up
Good
to
evening,
5 minutes.
ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Capio. I live at 8296 Dover Center Line, Ontario, Canada. I'm here today to raise an issue more about this zoning of the small parcel of land in my community. That land is currently zoned as a easement for the future development of the community. The land that is in question is asked to be converted into a residential, where for future development of the community itself, for its movement forward, should there be development in the future, that will be denied to the community should that easement go through, and a house being built where there should be a road access to a potential subdivision or what have you in the future. The question that I have, and the lack of information about the whole topic, the individual that is proposing this change in the land owns property along the Baldoon and further down the road, where it's more conducive for development and the better of the community itself. There is a parcel of land to the east where you could put 4 or 5 lots along there, which would build the community, whereas what's being proposed right now does not build the community. It actually restricts it for the future. That is my concern. There's been a lack of information given out to the residents in the area on this topic, or as it doesn't make sense as to why they want to develop the one piece of land that is designed for the future development of the small community that I live in. And that's what I would like to table today. Make sense?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Jost, would you like to speak to this as well? All right, the podium is yours. If you can give your name and address, and you've got up to 5 minutes.
My name is Vince Lequier. I live at 8261 Dover Center Line. I am adjacent to the property looking to be severed. And my concern is with setbacks, restrictions and such for building on this piece of property. I'm not sure that you could actually do it for sanitary services and storm services and everything else because of the percolation of the ground and such. You have to do raised beds. So me being adjacent to it, will sewage be going onto my property? Where will their storm water be diverted to? And again, this is kind of a smaller parcel of land versus every other piece of property to allow for that. So my concern is where all of this sewage waste is going to go, because we do have septic systems. We don't have sewage. I guess that's my largest concern.
Thank you. Mr. Jost, you want to, microphone's yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the subject property is approximately 46-acre farm parcel with frontage on Baldoon Road and Dover Center Line. Portion of the property is designated agricultural. The frontage along Dover Center Line is within the rural settlement area of Dover Center. The municipality has received an application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, specifically to sever the portion of the property that fronts the Dover Center Line. The limit would be consistent with the existing residential development or lot lines along the Dover Center Line as well. That portion of the subject lands is actually within the rural settlement area currently. To facilitate the severance, a zoning bylaw amendment application is required. It is to rezone the severed parcel to a site-specific village residential zone. The village residential zone permits single detached dwelling and semi-detached dwellings. The proposed zoning will limit development to a single detached dwelling. It would also recognize the reduced lot area of the retained farm parcel. As I stated, the proposed portion of the property to be severed is within the rural settlement area of Dover Center. The boundaries are not likely to change. This is a rural settlement area that's serviced by municipal water. One of the conditions will be that this severed parcel be serviced with the municipal connection. In terms of septic systems, in terms of stormwater runoff, these are, the size of this parcel is consistent with past severances or existing lots in this area. And it'll be a requirement that stormwater be retained on this property post-development. And also there are a range of septic system options for the development of this lot. With that, it is recommended that consent application file B 12222 to sever and convey a new residential parcel, approximately 13,000 square feet in area, in part of lot 26, Judges Plan 603 in the community of Dover, together with a partial discharge of the existing mortgage, be approved, subject to the conditions on the planning services report, and also that zoning bylaw amendment application file D14 D057 22B be approved and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Councilor McGrail and Councilor Jubenville, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Yes, I will put this forth. And I'll second it.
Mr. Mayor, could I make a comment quick? I just wanted to announce that Mr. Lequier, who made a deputation, is an employee of Public Works here at Chatham-Kent, so he was speaking on behalf of his own person, not as an employee.
Thanks for clarifying that. Questions? Councilor Pinsino.
Thank you, Your Worship. The one speaker spoke of possibly or future development behind it. That is zoned agriculture though, isn't it? Or is it a planned subdivision back there?
It's designated agricultural. Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Should you want to move more development forward, they could always come off of Baldoon, correct? If that was ever, like that'll have to be passed through here. But that is a possibility. It's not landlocked.
That's correct. The subject property continues to maintain frontage on Baldoon.
Okay, the only question I got, the one speaker spoke of stormwater. Is that an issue there, or is there drainage out front, or how's that work? He's worried about water coming onto his property.
Nothing to my knowledge of there being a stormwater issue. As I stated, with any development, the expectation or the requirement is that stormwater be managed within the boundaries of their own property post-development.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Allen
Yes.
and Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12C, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, estate of Jerry Zula, Frank Zula, and Gloria Harvey, 14173 Talbot Trail, Community of Orford, East Kent. No conflict of interest, and the clerk's office has not received any deputations.
Anyone present wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councilor Pinsino and Councilor Wright, can I get you to move this, please?
Happy to move that, Your Worship.
I'll second it, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi? Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12D, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Edward Zula, 14154 Eberly Line, Community of Orford, East Kent. No conflicts of interest and no deputations have been received.
Anyone present wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councillor Wright and Councillor Pinsino, can I get you to move this, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd make a motion to move on that.
I'll second that, your worship.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Allen
Yes.
and Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Thank you. And all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Moving on to 12E, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment. Colin and Nicole Vinn, 11243 Burke Line, Community of Harwich, South Kent. No conflict of interest and no deputations have been received.
Anyone present wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
I will second Mayor Caniff.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Carmen McGregor? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12F, application for zoning bylaw amendment, GTA Properties, Inc. and the DMG Investment Properties Corporation, 8 and 10 to 12 Mill Street West, Community of Tilbury, West Kent. No conflict of interest and no deputations were received.
Anyone present wishing to speak to this application? Seeing none, Councillor Anderson and Councillor Thompson, can I get you to move this, please?
Happy to move it.
Yes, happy to second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Allen
Yes.
and Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. And the last planning application for this evening, 12G, application for zoning bylaw amendment, 2801920 Ontario Inc., 7030 Baseline Community of Wallaceburg. We have two conflicts this evening, Councillor Story and Councillor Carmen McGregor, and the clerk's office has received one deputation from Jane Gilliard, and we'll read it now. Dear council members, I purchased my home at 7039 Baseline Road in the spring of 2022. I took possession on April 27th, 2022, loving its location of being on the fringe of town and yet close to amenities. I further appreciate neighbors and the value of solidly anchored neighbors. I am concerned that I will not get to enjoy the neighborhood that I bought into as I had dreamt of. As this proposal stands, there is the potential of 255 units. That is a large concentration of neighbors. This density requires a vast amount of resource support. These include, but may not be limited to, water and its disposal, electricity, garbage, and much larger volumes of traffic and parking. At 1 car per unit, that's 255 vehicles. I spent my life savings on my home and now worry about a decrease in the resale value of it at the expense of someone else's gain. Ultimately, if there is to be a housing development, I would most appreciate modest, affordable, single-family homes to be built and further complement the neighborhood I bought into. Thank you, Jane Gilliard.
Anyone else present that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, Mr. Jacques, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The municipality has received a zoning bylaw amendment application for this subject property in Wallaceburg located at 7030 Baseline. The nature of the zoning bylaw amendment is to implement the direction of the official plan, specifically to rezone the property to permit high-density residential uses, in specifically apartment dwellings. In addition to the residential high-density second regulations, there are some site-specific regulations that would apply at this property. There are 4, specifically that the maximum density per lot is increased from 125 to 145 units per hectare, that the required off-street parking spaces is decreased from 1.5 spaces per unit to 1.25 spaces per unit, that the interior side yard minimum is reduced from 1/2 the height of the building to 8 meters, and that the lot coverage maximum be set at 45% coverage for buildings and structures. In February of 2020, Municipal Council considered and approved an official plan amendment to establish urban development policies at this property on the edge of Wallaceburg. This zoning bylaw amendment comes as a next step to develop this property by implementing specific land uses and regulations. The proposed regulations in the zoning bylaw before council conform to the official plan, in specifically its housing policies and residential development policies. Community services are located nearby, mainly in the McNaughton Avenue corridor. Baseline and Murray Street are arterial roads, which are suited to an increase in traffic in this area. As well, infrastructure servicing, such as water and sanitary sewer services, are readily available at this site to support the proposed development. Therefore, it is recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application D14 WA 59220 to rezone the lands known as 7030 baseline in part of Lot 3, Concession 18 in the community of Wallaceburg from agricultural to a site-specific residential high-density second zone to permit the development of apartment dwellings, including the following site-specific regulations: maximum density per lot, 145 dwelling units per hectare, required off-street parking rate, 1.25 spaces per unit, interior side yard width minimum, 8 meters, lot coverage maximum 45% be approved, and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Councillor Hall and Councillor McGrail, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
Seconded.
Any question? Councillor Hall.
Just a quick question to you, Ryan. I think you, just speaking to the deputation that we heard this evening, there were some concerns there. I think you answered them in your comments, most of them, but just touching on the traffic concerns, is that something that, I don't think you touched on that yet, but when would that be looked at, or has that already happened?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Traffic would be studied at the site plan approval stage, which would be the next step in the planning process should the zoning bylaw amendment be approved tonight. So the applicant would then be responsible for preparing a traffic impact study. And that traffic impact study wouldn't necessarily be used to justify the application one way or another, but what the traffic impact study does is it requires the developer to inform the municipality on any impacts that increased traffic would have on the existing traffic network and traffic management systems, and it would give the municipality recommendations on how to manage that over time. For an example of what a recommendation could very well be that the municipality look at the timing of the traffic signals and how long the traffic signals stay at green or red, for instance, at that particular intersection. So that's the type of information that a traffic impact study would drive out. But as far as the capacity of the local roads to handle the increase in traffic, there are no concerns in moving forward.
Excellent. And in terms of timing, I guess, for that site plan approval, when, rough estimate, when can council expect that to be back in front of us?
The development of this site is led by a private developer, so timing by and large is dependent on that developer's business plan and their desire to move forward with this project. However, if this zoning bylaw amendment is approved, the developer could move forward directly to that site planning process immediately.
Excellent, thank you. Very happy for this report and this update, and looking forward to the next update for this development, which is definitely needed in Wallaceburg, and hoping for council support. Thanks.
Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize what we're doing here. Obviously, moving forward, we're going to have to deal with housing and more housing and how we're going to accommodate people for housing. And I am very proud to say that, we're going to accommodate more people, and we're building up and we're not building out. So we're very much being more conscious. And I think we need to look at that going forward, because as we build out, we lose our farmland, and we need to really be conscious of what we do with that farmland. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
And Councillor Allen?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. Moving on to deputations for this evening. We have some deputations, and we will start with, just 1 second here, as I scroll down. Item 18A, we have Talbot Trail Relocation Environmental Assessment Council Consideration. We do have a mixture of deputations, both in-house and some that the clerk's office will read. We'll start this evening with 4 deputations to receive by people in person. We'll start with Lucy Glenn, followed by John Mann, followed by Henry Retz, and then Francis Glenn. I remind everyone that they each have 5 minutes, and we will be sticking to that, and the timer is on. Welcome.
My name is Lucy Glenn. I'm a retired teacher, lawyer, and judge, and I'm now working in our family business, Glen Seed Limited, located on Talbot Trail. I'm here today to urge you to stop throwing good money after bad and to abandon a proposal that would relocate 30 kilometers of Talbot Trail as proposed in the environmental assessment study. What happened was that in July of 2019, the municipality closed a part of Talbot Trail after a small portion of the road began to show signs of failure because of its proximity to Lake Erie. Almost a year later, on May 4th, 2020, a report by Zuzak Inc. was presented to Council regarding the future of that portion of Talbot Trail where it existed near the Lake Erie shoreline. At the meeting, Council was presented with a satellite image showing the current location of a portion of this shoreline. Superimposed on this image to the north of the shoreline was a yellow line showing how far inland the shoreline was predicted to recede over the next 50 years based on historical recession data. Talbot Trail was also depicted on this image and was said to be at risk in those places where it was shown to come too close to the yellow 50-year recession line. Zuzak offered only 2 solutions on how to proceed. Either we could build an unaffordable revetment wall along the shoreline, or we could move Talbot Trail. The deck appeared stacked against Council having the ability to consider other reasonable alternatives. Based on this limited alternatives, Council decided to pursue moving 30 kilometers of Talbot Trail to the north, well away from the shores of Lake Erie. But Council was also missing 3 important pieces of information when they did this. Number 1, no one at the meeting questioned how far the yellow 50-year recession line was from the existing shoreline. In fact, the Zuzak report incorrectly relied on a historical recession rate of 1.4 meters per year along the Talbot Trail. This resulted in a miscalculation that located the yellow 50-year recession line at a distance of about 70 meters back from the existing lakeshore. However, the data in the report indicated that the actual historical recession rate along Talbot Trail was not 1.4 meters per year, but rather about 0.4 meters per year, which was about 1/4 of the rate that was used. At the 50-year point, the shore should only have been expected to recede about 20 meters, not 70 meters. The second topic that was not addressed was whether Zuzak had analyzed all of the shoreline along Talbot Trail or only part of it. The answer is that they did not consider the recession rate where shoreline protection had already been established, because this would bias their report. Of course, many parts of the shoreline along Talbot Trail have remained in the same place for decades because of existing stabilization efforts. These 2 failures alone resulted in miscalculations about how much of the shoreline would fall into Lake Erie in future, as well as the extent of the risk to Talbot Trail. The third topic that was never addressed was just how much of Talbot Trail was actually at risk over the next 50 years. The shocking answer contained in the report is just 2.6 kilometers. How could such a small portion ever justify replacing 30 kilometers of road? And keep in mind that these so-called troubled portions of Talbot Trail were only at risk if you accepted the exaggerated erosion rates that I've already mentioned. This misinformation caused a grossly inflated perception of risk to the road, which not only led to the need for the environmental assessment in order to build a new road, but which also became the factual underpinning that was later relied on and used in the environmental assessment.
Thank you. Next, John Mann, followed by Henry Retz.
Good evening. My name is Dr. John Mann. I'm an accomplished engineer and a farmer on Talbot Trail. I'm here today on behalf of affected farmers and Lakeshore residents to urge you to abandon any proposal that would relocate Talbot Trail, about 30 kilometers of which, as proposed in the Chatham-Kent Class EA. We appreciate that the study proponents truly believe that they went above and beyond in their consultations. In fact, the report that they're presenting today continues to claim that. However, the reality is that it just didn't happen. The COVID pandemic changed all of our lives. Hardly anyone knew about this or how it would affect them. Most rural residents don't have high-speed internet required to support Zoom video conferencing. And even if they did, the public notices were quite benign and didn't say anything about a new highway being considered through the middle of our farms. All that said, we do know about it now. We have assessed it in great detail, and we don't like it. More importantly, we believe we have a much better plan at much lower cost. At the council meeting held on July the 11th of 2022, council approved a motion to proceed with the next steps of a plan that recommended a preferred rerouting of Talbot Trail through valuable farmland, forests, and wildlife areas. However, before that decision was made, nobody told council about the cost to farmers, businesses, and residents of this plan. How can our councillors be expected to make good decisions without this information? No one mentioned that the farm losses caused by adding 2 new headlands and new unfarmable areas to every single farm through the entire study area. Ongoing drainage problems, productivity and efficiency losses associated with a new highway crossing, increased theft and vandalism from another highway behind their farms and parking lots. These are not one-time costs. These are costs that every farmer and their heirs will have to bear for the rest of their lives. Also unaccounted for are the one-time costs associated with construction disruption and the lost opportunity for new irrigation and new agritourism. Last but not least, no one even mentioned the cost of driving our existing agritourism out of business because nobody will be driving past their storefronts anymore. Before their decision, council was not informed about the financial costs, lost future tax revenues, the value of personal property losses, increased insurance, falling property values that would result from doing nothing for our Lakeshore residents. It's important to understand that our Lakeshore residents are not asking other taxpayers in the rest of the community to help pay for their erosion problems. Instead, they are asking for help with advice, expertise, and programs to help ourselves, as Francis Glenn will describe later. In fact, on May 4th of 2020, Council already requested that the administration develop such a plan. To our knowledge, this has not been done. Lastly, Council was not told about the impact of this plan on our forests and wildlife areas. Ironically, Council has considered bylaws in the past to control deforestation in our municipality. Yet the current EA recommends a new highway that would destroy large swaths of forests. We do not believe that Council should allow a double standard for the municipality versus what they want landowners to do. No new highway should be built through or even near our valuable forests and wildlife areas. These areas and the wildlife corridors that extend between them are used by all manner of animals, birds, reptiles, and endangered species traveling east and west between food, water, and shelter habitat that should be protected for all future generations. The entire area is also a major migration path for literally thousands of species of birds. We are here today to ask our councillors to be the leaders that we elected them to be. Please fix the problem just east of Coastworth Road, abandon all plans to reroute Talbot Trail, and help us develop recommendations and programs to control the lakeshore erosion in a responsible way. By dealing with the lake with courage and leadership, we protect our lakeshore properties, which will protect our beloved trail, which will protect our farms. In so doing, we can also save Chatham-Kent about $40 million for phase one only, and that doesn't speak to the rest of the Talbot Trail. Thank you very much for letting me talk, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker is Henry Retz, followed by Francis Glenn.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Henry Rex, and for your information, I'm a former councillor in Chatham-Kent and a retired civil consulting engineer, now living in Blenheim. I've enjoyed many drives along the scenic Talbot Trail, in between projects between Tilbury, Wheatley, Leamington, Chatham, and Blenheim. I'm here today to present to you what we believe to be a reasonable, safe, and cost-effective solution to the Talbot Trail closure. On November 2022, a staff report stated that the EA, Environmental Assessment Study, has been ongoing for 3 years and is addressing a need to define the solution to the closure of the Talbot Trail that has resulted from shoreline erosion. I repeat that for you, a need to define a solution to the closure of the Talbot Trail that has resulted from shoreline erosion. The EA study only identifies the Talbot Trail as a municipal asset that is being at risk, ignoring all the other assets, the farmland, the lakeshore residential lands. If they're not at risk of eroding into the lake, they now face the potential relocation of a highway through them. These lands are important for the environmental health of our municipality and to the taxpayers who own, work, and live on these lands. Our proposed realignment is in the best interest of all these parties, as it involves only a small stretch of the Talbot Trail. In November 2022, staff report and a January 2023 engineering report include some very scary pictures, which you may have seen, of the erosion and bluff failures along Lake Erie. They do not, however, include any photos of the actual impacted area at Coastwood Road. Instead, they provide the drawing that does not remotely resemble the area. The transparent intent is to scare the reader into taking actions they would not normally take. I would like to present to you, and I wish I had it on scale on you. I think you have that, figure number 1. It's a satellite photograph of the section of the shoreline and part of the Talbot Trail that is currently closed. It represents only about 3% of the trail, and the owners to the east and west have already protected their shoreline so that they stabilize the bluffs in this area and significantly lowering the risk of future road collapse. The November 2022 staff report noted that the greenhouses that have been newly erected in the area prevent road realignment, but we have found a realignment solution that works around the greenhouse structures. On figure 2, which you also have, that realignment has been shown for you as well. Our solution would move 650 meters of the Talbot Trail about 90 meters north, moving the Talbot Trail to a safe location away from the lake. The realignment is highlighted on the aerial photograph. Now, figure number 3, which is the additional other figure that you received, is a sketch of the proposed relocation. And we spent many hours doing research and looking for solutions to the present problem, and believe that the solution that we are presenting to you today is the best, most sustainable for the land, the farmers, and the municipality, and saves many tax dollars. In summary, we suggest that in the short term, council consider reopening the Talbot Trail where is and as is. It has remained stable and has not dropped into the lake thus far, and we believe it remains satisfactory. Weight limits could be put in place to reduce the stress on the road, and heavy traffic could be diverted to the detour. Then the following months, we asked council to consider relocating and rebuilding 650 meters of the Talbot Trail located east of Colesett Road, approximately 90 meters to the north, as shown in Figure 3. This would open up the Talbot Trail, and we believe that it would stay safe from the lake for 100 years or more. With suitable lakeshore protection, it could last 200 years or more. We estimate our proposal to move this limited section road to stabilize the shoreline would cost $2.6 million. This would be at least $40 million saving in comparison to the cost estimate of the EA, first phase, and a saving, ladies and gentlemen, of $147 million to this community. There's no reason to relocate 30 kilometers of trail when only about less than 1 kilometer is affected. This could be rebuilt and reinforced and prevent further erosion. So we think this proposal should have your support to save the farms, save the taxpayers, save the dollars, and save the Talbot Trail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Retz. Next is Francis Glenn, and up next will be the clerk reading Pete Zuzak.
I'm Dr. Francis Glenn. I'm a scientist, corn breeder, farmer, and businessman. For the last 43 years, I've operated Glen Seed Limited, located on Talbot Trail. My part in this quartet is to provide you with a petition which has been signed by over 650 of your constituents, and to speak to you about lakeshore stabilization along Talbot Trail. Here is what your constituents are requesting of you in their petition. Number 1, relocate approximately 800 meters of Talbot Trail where the road is closed and add groins to stabilize the shoreline in that area. Number 2, reject the proposals for changes to the Talbot Trail contained in the EA, which calls for the rerouting of approximately 30 kilometers of the road. Number 3, if the EA cannot be rejected in its entirety, then in the alternative, reroute Talbot Trail along existing roads rather than through valuable prime farmland, forest, and wildlife areas. And number 4, initiate a shoreline protection study of the best practices and create a plan to implement affordable shoreline protection. These requests were also adopted unanimously by a gathering of more than 175 citizens at a public meeting which took place on September 20th, 22. When Zuzak chose not to examine the erosion rates in locations where the shoreline had already been stabilized, he missed the opportunity to benefit our municipality. He also failed to learn from the collective wisdom of several generations regarding their use of erosion control. He was certainly aware that the erosion rates were greatly slowed in protected areas, since his reason for not including this data in the study was that it would bias his report. 5 minutes does not permit me time to make a rebuttal of his controversial claims that seawalls and groins are ineffective on a long-term basis at preventing the erosion of the shoreline. It is important to understand that the problem that you are dealing with tonight is a shoreline erosion problem, and because that problem has been ignored, it has been transformed into a roadway problem. There are 3 components to successful bank stabilization. The bank must be made to have a stable slope and planted with grasses, bushes, and trees. A method must be established to drain the water from the higher land levels to the lake level so as to avoid erosion of the bank. And number 3, structures must be installed to protect the toe of the bank from wave energy to avoid erosion in this area. I have counted that there are 81 groins along the shoreline of Talbot Trail in the proposed relocation area. I've calculated that 16% of this shoreline has groins that are effective currently. There are many examples, some quite simple, where shoreline protection has been successful in this area. Here are just 3 of them. At the former Blenheim water plant located along Talbot Trail, there are 3 wooden groins which have held the bank for 60 years. To the west, in front of the former Regional Center sewage treatment plant, 3 gorings have held the bank for 60 years. In both of these examples, the bank is appropriately sloped and heavily vegetated. As another example, right in the Coatsworth area, just east of the road closure, the Shanks family installed several groins about 30 years ago, and that shoreline remains stable, even though it has a high, near vertical cliff. Later tonight, you will hear that the deck has once again been stacked against us, since you will be offered only 3 options on how to proceed with the Talbot Trail. We urge you to reject all 3 and to choose a 4th, far more economical solution, which is to build a short section of Talbot Trail in the immediate area where the road is closed. It will be many years before erosion threatens other parts of Talbot Trail, and we have time to investigate and implement effective and economical shoreline protection in those locations. If you help save our shores, you will save the highway and save our farms for future generations. You will also save this municipality many millions of dollars. And I have the petition to present.
The last deputation with regards to item 18A is from Pete Zuzak, and it is to be read by the clerk's office. Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Caniff, and members of Municipality of Chatham-Kent Council. My deputation pertains to the Talbot Trail Relocation Environmental Assessment. For reference, I am currently the president of Zuzak Inc., a professional services firm dedicated to coastal hazard planning and adaptation in the Great Lakes and abroad. I hold a Master's of Environmental Studies from the University of Waterloo, and I'm a certified flood plan manager and a registered professional geoscientist in the province of Ontario. For more than 30 years, I have worked with communities such as Chatham-Kent to quantify coastal hazards and develop long-term solutions. In 2020, I authored a report entitled the Chatham-Kent Lake Erie Shoreline Study, which outlined a series of climate change adaptation concepts co-developed with the community during 10 meetings in 2019. The recommendation for the high bluffs east of Wheatley Provincial Park to Erie Beach was retreat, including the realignment of approximately 30 kilometers of the Talbot Trail further inland and relocation of the buildings as required when threatened by erosion. In 2020, the Chatham-Kent Council made a bold and strategic decision to initiate an environmental assessment to further investigate relocation alternatives for the Talbot Trail between Wheatley and Erie Beach as recommended in our report. The federal government, specifically Natural Resources, recognizes an innovative coastal planning work by Chatham-Kent and published a case study on their GeoScan portal to document the positive actions underway by the community. The environment of the Climate Change Canada has also recognized the innovative work ongoing in Chatham-Kent and are supporting the ongoing climate change adaptations by the Rondeau Barrier Beach and the Navigation Channel Advisory Committee. For example, in 2021, they provided 2 years of funding to the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority to advance the work of the committee. With the release of Canada's National Adaptation Strategy on November 24, 2022, the federal government has sent a strong message to coastal communities that the path of resilience will require innovative adaptation approaches and challenging decisions. To support communities with climate change adaptation planning and project execution, NRCan announced a new funding program entitled Climate Resilient Coastal and Northern Communities. With the program, financial resources will be directed to communities to fight coastal erosion and implement regional scale climate resilient solutions. The technical studies completed in the environmental assessment to evaluate options to relocate Talbot Trail are consistent with the innovative climate change adaptation planning to increase resilience to coastal hazards. I encourage Chatham-Kent Council to continue building resilience to climate change and coastal erosion by receiving the Talbot Trail Relocation Environmental Assessment and filing it for the 60-day extended public review period. These actions must, plus establishing a long-range property protection plan for the future alignment of Talbot Trail, will provide Chatham-Kent with a long-term solution to a very challenging coastal hazard problem. Thank you for the opportunity to present to Council this evening. Pete Zuzak. Next, we have Report 18C, the Kyle Park Future Development and Community Engagement. We have Linda Kyle Jansen and Cindy Kyle submitting deputations, and Cindy Kyle will read both now for her and her sister.
Street in Chatham, and I am retired. I am submitting this deputation tonight to show that I am not in favor of the current proposal by the municipality of Chatham-Kent regarding the development options for Kyle Park. As council knows, the land where Kyle Park is situated today was donated in 1968 by my father, Thomas H. Kyle, in memory of my grandfather, Thomas J. Kyle. The desired use of the land was park purposes only, which is documented. After reviewing the information made available on the Chatham-Kent website, I wish to elaborate on a couple of points. Firstly, apparently under the Registry Act, since the land was donated more than 40 years ago, the restrictions no longer apply. This may be so, but out of respect for the Kyle family, the municipality should consider the original intent of the land. Think about it for a minute. If your family donated land to the town for a specific purpose, and then the town went against your wishes and the original terms of the donation, how would you feel? Furthermore, I don't think it would be in the interest of the council to cause the municipality to get a reputation for dishonoring a family's wishes when that family had graciously donated the land to the municipality. The second point I'd like to bring up is I've reviewed the stats regarding the number of surveys received and the results. Now you indicate in the findings that 83.6% of the respondents did not have any concerns or issues relating to developing a new recreational asset at Kyle Park. However, you fail to know some important information. When you look at the total number of people who completed the survey, 158, versus the population of Blenheim, 4,487, and that's by 2021 statistics, this works out to approximately 3.52% of the population that completed the survey. Furthermore, by your stats, only 116 people of the 158 think the land should be developed. This represents a mere 2.58% of the population. I can't understand why you would be willing to spend over $200,000 of the taxpayers' money on 2.58% of the population, or 116 people. I wonder how the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent would feel about that. Thirdly, has anyone thought about negative impacts of this recreational asset, such as delinquents hanging out, excess noise disturbing the neighbors around the park, some of which has enjoyed the peace and quiet of the park for many years? What happens if you spend all this money on this multi-use splash pad and it does not get the attention that you hoped it would, because 116 people is really not enough people to guarantee that you will get the use out of the sports pad, or that it will be used. This is about preserving Kyle Park and representing the wishes of the Kyle family. The land was donated for park purposes and should remain just that. People do use the park the way it is now. People watch the ball games from the park, sports teams warm up in the park, playground plays in the park, and the surrounding neighbors enjoy the peacefulness of the park. I'm sure that the Kyle family would be willing to consult with the municipality regarding some possible upgrades to the park, such as maybe more trees or benches, to name a few. But we're not in agreement with the complex. I would also like to note at this time that when this originally started with Kyle Park, only one member of the family was approached by Anthony Sacacci about this. There are 8 of us that remain. That is not fair. We were blindsided and saw an article in the newspaper about this. So now I am just asking that the council respects the wishes of the Kyle family and leave the Kyle Park as it stands today. Thank you. Oh, no, I won't have time to read the other one. Can somebody else read it? It's a very short one.
Is Linda here, or I could read it on her behalf?
Could you read it on her behalf
Sure.
then? Because apparently I'm out of time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
The next one on this item is I, Linda Kyle Jansen, daughter of Thomas Hunter Kyle, shall state that I was present when my father had chosen to donate a parcel of land to the town of Blenheim with the intent of its being a park setting. This was to honor in memory of my grandfather, Thomas Kyle, who passed in 1964. A few years prior to this grandfather was the caretaker of Memorial Park. Both he and my grandmother, who died several years later, had a passion for plants and flowers. Their house was full of such. I know his intention was to have the tree planted in memory of each at the entrance of the area. In the late 1960s, not sure of the year, this was presented to town council, whereby he was also a member. At this meeting, all was stated and stressed what was to be with this land. It was for a parkland setting only, and there never to be any structures erected. Mr. Carmen Galt rose admirably and graciously thanked my father for his such gift and assured him his wishes would be carried out. This appeared in the following Blenheim News Tribune and should have record on file as well as minutes from the meeting. I believe his wishes should be honored and this land remaining a park like green space setting only. There are other sections of Memorial Park that could be located for recreational use. I remain Linda Kyle Jansen. The last item that has deputations is item 22B, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding decision-making on future vaccination policies. And we have 3 deputations. And we will start with Alice Lake, read by the clerk's office, and Meredith. Meredith, do you have that one?
Yes, sorry. I am submitting my letter to the municipal clerk's office regarding the motion of decision-making for future vaccination policies. While I greatly appreciate Councillor Jubenville's motion regarding the decision-making on future vaccination policies, it does not go nearly as far or as wide as it should. This should never be a decision of non-elected or elected officials, period. This vaccine, as it was called, was mandated in order to stop the transmission of COVID, when in fact, this vaccine was never even tested to see if it would stop transmission, which makes everything our government has done based on a known or unknown lie, or on a total misrepresentation, inaccurate version of science. I think we can now all agree the shot does not stop anyone from getting sick or from spreading that sickness. This is not a matter of if it could have been worse, because there is no empirical, scientific, or data to prove that. What we can prove, however, is the shot being responsible for a multitude of adverse reactions up to and including death. If none of you can put in the time or energy to read Pfizer's cumulative analysis of adverse event reports, allow me to present Professor Josh Guzenkow's recap. CDC's safely signal analysis based on the reports from December 14th, 2020 to July 29th, 2022 from mRNA COVID-19 vaccines shows clear safety signals for death and a range of highly concerning thrombotic, embolic, cardiac, neurological, hemorrhagic, hematological, immune system, and menstrual effects among adults. There were 770 different types of adverse events that showed safety signals in ages 18 plus, of which over 500, or 2/3, had larger safety signals than myocarditis and pericarditis. The CDC analysis shows that a number of serious adverse events reported in less than 2 years from mRNA COVID-19 vaccines is 5.5 times larger than all serious reports of adverse reaction for all vaccines given to adults since 2009 combined. Twice as many mRNA COVID-19 vaccine reports were classified as serious compared to all other combined vaccines given to adults, 11% versus 5.5%. This means the CDC definition of a safety signal. There are 96 safety signals for 12 to 17-year-olds, which include myocarditis, pericarditis, Bell's palsy, genital ulceration, high blood pressure and heart rate, menstrual irregularities, cardiac valve incompetencies, pulmonary embolism, cardiac arrhythmias, thrombosis, pericardial and pleural effusion, appendicitis, perforated appendix, chest pain, increased troponin levels, being in intensive care, and having anticoagulant therapy for blood clots. There are 66 safety signals for 5 to 11-year-olds, which include myocarditis, pericarditis, ventricular dysfunction, and cardiac valve incompetencies, pericardial and pleural effusion, chest pains, appendicitis, Kawasaki's disease, menstrual irregularities, vitiligo, and vaccine breakthrough infection. No Chatham-Kent councillor or any member of the entire Chatham-Kent executive management team, up to and including Dr. Colby, have any right or any authority to make my personal health decisions. Personal health is and should always have been just that, personal. Shame on you for who want to continue this debate into a third year. Sincerely, Alice Lake.
Next deputation is from Jennifer Marsh. Any further vaccination employment policies be decided upon between Chatham-Kent Council and Chatham-Kent Executive Management Team through consultation and majority agreement through dialogue and council votes. Jennifer March, Thamesville. And the last deputation we have this evening on this report is Jane LeBute, and I believe she is present to do her presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding Councillor Jubenville's motion. This motion should be supported for many reasons. Most importantly, that the COVID-19 verification and testing policy for employees, Section 14.0, process for new employees, segregated a group of people by not allowing the testing alternative. Current employees, council members, volunteers, and contractors were given the option to test. Vaccination was mandatory for new hires. These were potential employees who should have been represented by their council members when the policy was created. The new hires section stripped the policy of the merits touted by some. Regarding new hires, the policy was coercive and lacked the reasonable approach afforded to all other groups. There was no privacy with respect to the new hires' vaccination status. Their only option was to be vaccinated. Had council members had the opportunity to discuss the employee policy, they could have brought this to the attention of administration. Council could have represented their constituents as they were elected to do. Other stakeholders were consulted and were represented, but not the new hires. They could only be represented by council members. When vaccination policies were being discussed at council meetings, a few councillors mentioned that the taxpayers did not want to foot the bill for the unvaccinated. If council members had input in this regard, perhaps they would have asked, what will the financial impact on the municipality be if testing fees have to be reimbursed? As I understand it, those fees were reimbursed. Had council members been involved in the process, perhaps the free rapid tests provided by the province would have been introduced as an option when the policy was reviewed. The Ontario Municipal Councillors Guide provides information such as a councillor, you have 3 main roles: representative, a policymaker, and a steward. And council is the municipality's primary policy-making body. Staff can provide information and advice to help inform council's policy decisions. Within that publication, there are at least 6 other references that mention council's responsibility to be involved in policy making. As well, from the Municipal Act 2001, Part 6, Section 224, it is the role of council, A, to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of the municipality. B, to develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the municipality. Council should always be collaborating with, having dialogue with, consulting with, and directing administration. Why didn't this happen? Perhaps bylaw number 111, 2022, the bylaw to delegate authority, is to blame. This bylaw gives the Chief Human Resources Officer the ability to approve corporate employee policies. Of course, there's a consultation process, and for policies of this magnitude, council needs to be included. You might be thinking, how many new hires could this possibly have affected? Municipal election workers fell under the employee policy. Up to 300 workers were required to attest to being vaccinated in order to even apply for a position to work a short-term, often one-day job. They should have been considered contractors, in my opinion. No COVID-19 outbreaks were reported at the federal or provincial elections that were held in the previous 12 months. There was no requirement for those poll workers to be vaccinated. Although I do agree that health and safety is paramount in a workplace, medical decisions need to be left to the employee's discretion. Workplaces could have been made safe without vaccination policies. In this municipality, the same level of safety could have been met without segregating new hires. Please support Councillor Jubenville's motion, and perhaps bylaw 111 needs amending so that council members have the input that the Municipal Act affords them, and they can effectively represent all community members, including potential employees who were not represented when the vaccination policies were created. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda. Before I list the items that will be approved under consent agenda, there is one clarifying thing I wanted to mention with one of the reports. In report 18C, which is the Kyle Park Future Development, there was a small error on page 2. It talked about the Kyle family. Don Kyle and Christina Bertrand were 2 of the 8 surviving children. Just to clarify, Don Kyle was a surviving child. Christina Bertrand was actually a granddaughter. So we just wanted to clarify that for the family. So moving on to the consent agenda, items that have been pulled are items 16A, the tender award contract T22358, Thames River Slope Stability, Riverview Line, Community of Raleigh. It's been pulled by Councillor Thompson. Item 17A, Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force 2022 update. There is an information report and a presentation, and Councillor Thompson and Councillor Anderson have asked for that to be pulled also. Item 18A, the Talbot Trail Relocation Environmental Assessment for council consideration. There is a presentation by the engineering company, and Councillor Thompson, Anderson, Wright, Doyle, and Sakachi have asked for this item to be pulled. The next item is item 19A, the 2022 BMA study. There is a presentation by staff on that item. Item 19C, the October 2022 budget variance forecast. Councillor Story has asked for that one to be pulled. And the last item is report 22B, motion by Councillor Jubenville, decision-making on future vaccination policies. It's Councillor Jubenville's motion, and Councillor Thompson has asked for that to be pulled. Therefore, the remaining reports will be approved in one consent agenda motion, and they include items 15A, B, C, D, E, F, 16B, C, 17B, C, D, E, F, 18B and C, 19B and D, 20A, 21A, B, C, and item 22A. And just to be clear, 22C has been pulled by Councillor Crew for a future meeting.
Councillor Finn, you had a comment about this?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Sorry, Judy, I completely forgot today to submit. Could I have 18C pulled? That's the Kyle Park.
Okay, so we'll remove that from the consent and have that listed, 18C.
There we go, we have that removed. Councillor Story and Councillor Crew, can I get you move the consent agenda, please?
I so move, Mayor Caniff.
Any questions?
Second, sorry.
Seeing none, we'll put that to vote.
Councillor Allen
Yes.
and Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright is left. Sorry. All votes are in and motion passes 16-0.
Item 16, tender awards.
16A, tender award contract T22-358, Thames River Slope Stability, River Line, Community of Raleigh.
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Finn, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move it.
Seconded.
Councillor Thompson, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that this is tangentially related, but I'm sure there's a number of people in the audience tonight wondering why we're approving this river slope stability when we've had such a hard time approving and moving forward with lakeshore slope stability. And I was just curious if staff could walk us through the differing philosophies on those topics.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So the slope stabilization projects for the Riverview versus Lake, they're definitely different, but the processes are the same. So for this one, all of our DMAF projects, we follow our municipal class EA process. So as part of that process, it would review and evaluate all of the different alternatives that they've come up with. So for this specific slope stabilization project, there were a number of alternatives that were carried forward, including do nothing, realign Riverview line, hard armoring of the river bank, and using bend-away weirs. There was also alternatives that were screened out before the evaluation, including closed Riverview line and a slope cutback. So the top four factors were reviewed and they were evaluated based on the different subset criteria, including social, cultural, and socioeconomic, natural environment, technical environment, and then financial environment. So after that review, it was determined that the preferred alternative was the protection in this instance.
So this project was considered for DMAF funding, but the Talbot Trail program or project wasn't.
At the time, DMAF was only available for river projects, so the Thames River and the Sinam River.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi
Yes.
and Councillor Allen.
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Moving on to 17A, Community Development, Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force 2022 update. We have an information and presentation by Denise Waddick, Executive Director of Thames View Valley Health Team.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Caniff and Council. My name is Denise Waddick and I am the Executive Director at Thames View Family Health Team. I am also the co-chair of our Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force, and I co-chair that task force with my colleague Fanny Vavulis, which I'm sure is a familiar face for many people in this room today. She will be joining me virtually to present this evening, and I will ask for her to open up this evening's presentation. Fanny?
Thank you, Denise. Thanks, Mayor Caniff and Council. I'm hoping, is everyone able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Fanny.
Perfect. Thanks, Judy. So thank you for having us this evening. Hard to believe. It's been a year since we presented, and it's been 3 years since the task force was formed. So a little bit about the task force. Came together after it was brought to the attention of the community that there was a need for family physician recruitment. As we know, recruitment for family physicians has peaks and valleys. So in 2020, which is a lifetime ago, we came together with several different healthcare organizations across the community, which we've listed here. So our task force includes Chatham-Kent Health Alliance, the executive directors from the family health teams across Chatham-Kent, the Community Health Centre, Ontario Health, which formerly known as Health Force Ontario, for those of you who've been around the table and heard me talk about recruitment in the past. And then as well, of course, the CKOHT, hence why we are wearing our shirts today, as Melissa has been an integral part of the recruitment task force, and then the representation by the municipality. This past year, we focused on many initiatives, and as we got back to normal in the world, Denise will talk a little bit about what we've done and being able to be in person rather than virtual for many recruitment initiatives. But this year we focused on hiring a full-time physician recruitment coordinator. So the role of the coordinator, and this person has many years of experience in recruitment and medical affairs and hospital qualifications. And Kim Vajuvinich has come to us and has spent the last year bringing the recruitment task force to a level where we have now been contacted by several different municipalities and communities across the country to hear about the work that we're doing here in Chatham-Kent. So our focus for the task force and for Kim and her role is to focus on the regional strategy for our community, engagement both from a physician engagement and community engagement, and also physician retention. As we know, keeping physicians, we can recruit them, but we need to make sure we keep them in our community. Some highlights of this last year, like I said, we were able to finally get back in person for a lot of things, but we focused a lot on the administration side, so including policies, HR plan for family physician recruitment in our community and for all of the different family health teams in the CHCs. We focused a lot on advertising. As we know, a lot of medical journals and colleges and universities are key to recruitment for our community. Back in person, we were able to welcome Discovery Week students, which are our first-year medical students, back into the community for a week of spending time in our healthcare facilities, which was very exciting. We've had multiple lunch and learns with our current family medicine residents. For those who might be new around the council table and have not had the opportunity to learn about physician recruitment over the years, Chatham-Kent has a very robust and successful medical residency program with the Schulich School of Medicine. We have 3 full-time medical residents that spend 2 full years with us training in the community. And it's a very strong relationship we have with the Schulich School of Medicine at Western. So we work very closely with those 3 medical residents, and every year we get 3 more. So at any time we could have up to 6 long-term residents here. And so we do a lot to enhance their experience with us, as well as recruit them during the 2 years that they spend here in our community. We also have been doing a lot of retention initiatives this year as well, which includes opportunities for our physicians to gather, which they have not been able to, and get to know each other more in person. It's not just a referral process, it's an opportunity for them to have conversation and build their social circle within the community. Denise, I'll turn it over to you for the next slide.
Okay, so this slide just shares some detailed information about Chatham-Kent proper, some statistics that you might find interesting. So as it stands right now, just under 21,000 residents are still without a primary care provider in our community, and we refer to those as unattached patients or unattached people. So in order to service that number of residents, we would need 14 additional primary care physicians to manage that unattached population. Chatham-Kent currently has 19 family physicians that are nearing or above the average age of retirement, which is around 60 to 64 years of age. So Chatham-Kent needs to recruit and retain approximately 33 or more family doctors over the next several years. And currently we have 60 family physicians that practice here in Chatham-Kent. So of those 60 family physicians, they're spread obviously across our community, and majority of them belong to some kind of a team-based model. So 23 are associated with the Chatham-Kent Family Health Team. We have 20 at Thamesview Family Health Team, 7 at the Tilbury District Family Health Team, 5 at the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers, and then we have 5 that independently practice, which means they either belong to a smaller group like a family health group, or they are fee for service. Now you can see how those family physicians are spread across the communities within Chatham-Kent, 5 being in Blenheim, 34 in Chatham, 2 in Dresden, 3 in Ridgetown, 6 in Tilbury, 1 in Thamesville, 8 in Wallaceburg/Walpole Island. 1 was in Wheatley until as of January 1. Dr. Eaton has recently retired, and we do have a proposal into the ministry requesting for some additional funding of an NP-led clinic model associated to Thamesview Family Health Team so that we can offer primary care in the town of Wheatley until we're successful in recruiting a new family physician. And we're at the moment waiting to hear back from the ministry on whether or not that proposal has been approved. With respect to the family physicians of those 60, many of them do other services within our community outside of just day-to-day clinic. So majority of them, you can see 9 work in the emergency department. 1 does dedicated hospital shifts where they treat patients that are hospitalized that do not have a family physician, and they need an in-hospital physician to sort of manage their care while they're hospitalized. We have 4 family physicians that provide obstetrics. We have a physician that does palliative care. And then we have 6 that manage long-term care facilities. And then there are other services such as the Chatham-Kent Hospice, oncology, retirement homes. So there are plenty of areas that they still manage to provide within our community outside of just day-to-day clinic, which is really important to showcase as well. So in terms of the future, obviously the funds that we hope to receive, we would like to focus on continued physician incentives. So each new full-time family physician that is recruited to Chatham-Kent, they would receive a $10,000 incentive to get their practice up and running. We'd like to focus on being able to attend more recruitment events now that COVID is somewhat behind us and things are opening up. It's allowing us to be more physical and present to meet individuals face to face. We'd like to start doing more around the retention piece, as Fanny mentioned. You know, it's great if we can recruit those physicians, but we need to ensure that we keep relationships and keep them engaged so that we can showcase our community has lots to offer to their family, whether it be employment or activities, that sort of thing, and just keep that physician satisfaction in place. Continue with marketing and advertising to put Chatham-Kent on the map, to pique interest for those that are looking for practice opportunities. And then, of course, we really want to invest our time and attention around the learner and resident engagement. When we have guaranteed residents in our community training with our family physicians, it's a key opportunity to be able to showcase how they could potentially establish a practice within our community. And we historically have been very successful at recruiting our residents to practice in Chatham-Kent. So we'd like to continue to do that more if we can. And then, of course, having that recruitment coordinator position has been extremely beneficial and very critical to us being able to complete many of the tasks over the past year. Upcoming events, again, attending recruitment fairs across the province. We'd also like to connect with our neighbors in Windsor, Essex, and host some family medicine residency events with their residents as well. Other strategies for 2023 and beyond, finding additional ways to advertise our job postings for each individual community that's looking for a family physician, attend future recruitment events, further engage in our learners abroad. We started and established a relationship, for example, with the Ireland medical schools. We know we have a lot of Canadians that leave the country to train, and so if we can continue to keep that relationship intact, we can then hopefully invite them back to whether it be residency and or when they're completed their training, they would be interested in Chatham-Kent, in which we have been successful at recruiting those individuals to come back to Chatham as well in the past several years. Engaging with visiting residents and learners again each month and follow up after the rotation to establish those relationships. and continue to expand on retention events and ideas for our current family physician group. And then the one key piece that, based on the statistics that I shared, retirement succession planning is really important so that we understand how we can build a strong recruitment strategy moving forward. So I will share with you that we have been successful at recruiting some family docs to Chatham-Kent. You can see the list up there: Dr. Sue, Dr. Workman, Dr. Gade, Dr. Epp, Dr. Milkovic, and Dr. Mehdi have all been recruited recently. But then you'll also note that in 2022, we had a few physicians retire: Dr. Cerezo, Dr. Eaton, Dr. Dudley, and Dr. Bryan. And you can see, obviously, they have provided a significant number of years of service to the community, and oftentimes their practices are pretty substantial. So it could take a couple of doctors to replace those rosters. So that can also be a challenging task as well. And I'll let Fanny highlight some of the specialists that are new to Chatham-Kent. We've got a few family docs that are in that mix as well, providing some specialist service to the hospital. Fanny?
Thanks, Denise. So we didn't want to go unnoticed, even though we're reporting on family physician recruitment and retention, that recruiting specialists to Chatham-Kent and to the Health Alliance is really important to attract family physicians. So we did want to highlight the specialists that have moved to our community over the last year. So Dr. Naeem, Dr. Awania, Dr. Sheba, Dr. Van Til, Dr. Piazza, Dr. Gorley, Dr. Longmuir, Dr. Matt Milkovic, and we mentioned Dr. Shannon Milkovic on the previous slide, Dr. Amrati, Dr. Mosey, Dr. Hassan, Dr. Megley, Dr. Alvi, and Dr. Miller. So we welcome them to our community and to the Health Alliance. And I did want to just take one moment, and I want to take a moment and share our condolences with two physicians we've lost in the last week in Chatham-Kent. And our condolences go to Dr. Wayne Asher's family and to Dr. Sandra Gregorovich's family. I wanted to take a moment.
Thank you.
And with that, we are asking Council to continue the funding for the Chatham-Kent Family Physician Recruitment and Retention Task Force at the current rate of $100,000 per annum in support of ongoing efforts to ensure Chatham-Kent residents have access to primary care providers. So thank you very much for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you very much. It's hard to say, but can you try to quantify the impact the $100,000 funding has on your efforts every year?
Well, simply by recruiting successful physicians, that's one way that we could quantify. And I think based on the past year, we have been successful. I think also looking at the residents that are choosing to come to Chatham-Kent is another way that we can quantify. For example, just looking at the list that comes to mind, Dr. Matt Milkovic was a resident, Dr. Elise Epp was a resident, Dr. Shannon Milkovic was a resident. So those are some examples of how we can quantify that the money is actually being put to good use. In addition, we can also provide report on the number of visits and or contacts when we reach out for recruitment fairs, that sort of thing. That's another report that we can provide to council. If we're going out into the various fairs and across the province in the country, and some aspects that we can identify how much interest that we're generating based on some of those visits. Fanny, did you have anything else to add?
Thanks, Denise. Councillor Thompson, that's a great question. I think the other thing I would add to what Denise mentioned is now that we are able to go back in person to these recruitment fairs, we're actually able to build a database. So while we know that, and Audrey can speak to this as well with the work that she does, while you might have somebody at your booth and ask questions about Chatham-Kent and what it's like to practice here, usually those conversations are a minute or less, and then off you go to the next booth and the next booth. So now we're able to create that database and keep in continual touch with the people we meet at recruitment fairs, with residents and medical students who are coming here for a brief time to do a rotation with us. So in terms of quantifying, I think that's a really good benefit of the $100,000, the work that Kim does as a recruitment coordinator to really focus on building those relationships.
Thank you very much. I think as we age and at the same time we grow here in Chatham-Kent, this is, we talk about bridges and roads and providing the necessary infrastructure as we grow, but also providing or trying to help find healthcare for future residents is equally important, as well as residents that are already here and don't have a family doctor. So my follow-up question, I think, would be to Gord. There's a $100,000 ask, as was laid out at the bottom there. In years past, that kind of sometimes fell in the, nice to do, should do ranking. And where does that rank as far as our municipal staff is concerned this year?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the budget book is a little bit different this year, as you know, and we've, in some cases, and for this is a perfect example, it's on page 469 of our budget book, if once you get to
I only got to 468 last time.
And it's basically left in council's hands as, it's in a section called not recommended, but it's more like it's actually a council decision on whether you want to bring it forward or not. So it currently isn't in our 6.35%, but it is going to be specifically debated at the council floor when we get to it.
That was going to be my follow-up. I think it's an important thing that we do fund. And a quick back of the napkin, it was a 0.06% tax impact, and I think that's money well spent. Thank you very much for the report. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to extend my thanks to Denise and Fanny for your presentation tonight, and a personal thank you to Denise, who's been working very, very closely with physician recruitment, specifically in Wheatley. I had the pleasure of meeting Denise prior to my role, sitting around this table, and she has been vital to success of getting an application filled out and sent off, and the assistance moving forward and getting that application re-looked at again. So I can't extend enough thanks to Denise and your team, and April, thank you both. I just have a couple of questions. So when we talk about this $100,000, you're saying if you're wanting to recruit, say 10, that's only $10,000 each. Is it enough? Like when you look at, like say CK compared to other rural municipalities, which it's difficult to sometimes recruit physicians to this space, has it been sufficient? And do you consider yourselves that being enough for you to carry out the proper recruitments needed?
So that's an interesting question. Thank you. And Fanny and I, we go way back when it comes to recruitment days. It seems to be historically that 10,000 seems to be that key number that just allows to sort of get them, the new physician comfortable and situated over the first couple of months, getting their feet wet. There sometimes tends to be a bit of if you give them too much, they're coming for the wrong reasons, but if you don't give them enough, they just need a little bit of support getting up and getting situated. And so, I mean, if we could offer $15,000, we'd love to. We hope, though, that we could guarantee at least 6 recruits a year, and we become into a problematic financial situation. But we're just trying to be as reasonable as we can, and we need an individual, a dedicated individual, to do the amount of work that Kim is doing. It's astronomical, and the reward that we've received this year has been extremely positive. So, I mean, yeah, if we could get more, that we could potentially offer more, but it just seems to be that the 10,000 is a nice added start for most physicians, that they're grateful to get that. Not all communities offer an incentive, and of course some communities may offer more, but being able to offer something seems to be going over quite well with the new recruits that we've received. Fanny, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, thanks, Denise. I think you covered it, and Councillor Anderson, if there's more money, we would never say no, but it is a really good question, and like Denise said, being in recruitment, since I think it was 2010, I joined the recruitment team at CKHA. It's always been 100,000, and in a perfect world, we would recruit 33 new physicians in the year 2023. That's likely not going to happen, but if we recruit 4 to 5, I think that's when we can say we're having huge success here in Chatham-Kent. It is very difficult right now to recruit family physicians across the country. We've all seen the articles in national outlets about the family physician crisis. And so we are forever grateful for the money that we do have and the incentive that we can offer.
Thank you so much. And I guess it was more a question to say, like, are we kind of in that, competitive game to really have an active and successful recruitment, looking at where things are going. And as you say, we have more and more physicians that are going to be retiring, and we also have a population that's getting older and older. So, having that access to that primary healthcare is actually something that keeps this entire healthcare system viable, right? Overwhelming hospitals because of lack of access to primary healthcare is just not an option. So having those physicians is very, very important. My other question would be the nurse practitioner clinics, and you said that we've had discussions about this. So I'd kind of like you to explain this a little bit more, and how does that assist in the workload of physicians, and is that making it more appealing for physicians to come because they have a support of an MP to offset some of that load?
So the actual proposal that's going forward, for example, in Wheatley, nurse practitioners essentially can do a vast majority of what a family physician can do for your day-to-day. Now, certainly there are things that are out of their scope, but to be able to manage the day-to-day care of patients, it's suitable having a nurse practitioner to provide that care, and they've been extremely impactful. And that's what's happening in other communities where they're having a difficult time recruiting physicians, is that they're getting additional ministry funding to establish an NP support structure so that they can continue to provide that primary care until a new physician comes on board. But that team-based model where NPs, doctors, dietitians, pharmacists, nurses, social workers, when they can create a team, that's what new doctors want, and that's what existing doctors tend to want as well. So the more that we can establish a team-based model, the more likelihood we will in terms of recruiting and attracting new physicians. I don't know if that helps to...
It does, yes. Thank you so much. And can we talk about taxpayer dollars for physician recruitment as opposed to a nurse practitioner? Is there a difference? Does it make a difference?
So as it stands, the funding that we have associated to this is specifically for physicians, and there wouldn't be anything connected to nurse practitioners, because nurse practitioners are funded through the ministry and they would be a salaried employee, that sort of thing. So there would be no connection to the NPs.
Thank you so much. I just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do, and someone who works in the healthcare field, having good, strong physicians recruited here by a wonderful team like yours is vital to the health of our population. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. After I waved and got your attention, then Councillor Thompson asked my question to Gord, so it's been asked and answered. Thank you.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Denise, great presentation. Fanny, thank you so much for that. It's very relevant and timely right now. Do you have a general idea of roughly of how many more unattached patients we would have if we are not able to recruit 33 new physicians in the next couple of years? And what impact does that have on our hospitals, our social services, and our overall community health?
So for easy math, the average roster size is about 1,500, and that's sort of what they use for the formula. So if we were to assume each doctor on average has a roster size of 1,500, I don't have a calculator on hand and I'm not a mathematician, but whatever 33 times 1,500 is, that's how many patients would be impacted on average. Okay, thank you, Fanny.
Patients would be orphaned. Councillor Story.
Thank you, Fanny. So that's close to half our population at that time. So how would that impact our hospitals and our social services and our community health?
Significantly impact, because at the end of the day, if you need a referral, you need a family physician for those referrals to see a specialist.
you don't want to go to Emerge and request a referral for a particular service to see a specialist. It will impact. We're seeing it even just with Dr. Eaton in Wheatley, and that's 1,500 patients. And you know, and then to grow that to half of our population, it will have a significant impact on our overall healthcare system. So unless the ministry is willing to pump additional funding for us to hire new NPs to sort of help that, but it's a larger issue in terms of getting additional people in trained, which is going to take a few years, but and hope and pray that the existing family physicians choose to stay on a little bit longer than anticipated. But even the physicians that retired, they weren't young, they weren't 61. I can tell you that. So they've held on as long as they possibly could, but I can't say that that will happen with our future physicians. And there's definitely a good chunk that are over the age of 55.
Thank you. It's critical work, and I hope we can support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other questions. I just have one question I'd like to ask in there as well. It's super important work that you're doing, and I hear so many people telling me the issues they have of not being able to find family doctor. If I'm just, as you've done a lot of work with them, what is it, some of the amenities that they're looking for? You know, they're talking about the $10,000 incentive and things, but when they're looking at a community, I know that, you know, some people, if they're fixated in a large community, that's all it's going to do. They're not going to come to a smaller community. But is there things that we would potentially have in Chatham-Kent that would help attract more doctors? Just high level, just for discussion purposes.
Sure, and Audrey's group has been fantastic on helping us reconnect, but sometimes it's a matter of finding a cultural connection. If they're a physician with a diverse background, to know that there are individuals within a community they're not familiar with, that they can have a natural connection to be able to do social things and have people with the same type of background and interests. And then also small families, if they're establishing a new family and knowing what's available and being able to put their children in multiple sports, that sort of thing. Being close to the highway, being close to the airport has been the border. That's a huge interest for a lot of doctors as well. And then employment for their spouse, that's always a big one. Ensuring that their spouse is able to get employment, either whether it's within Chatham-Kent or whether it's within Windsor or Sarnia. So those tend to be the big ones, but oftentimes they come and it's not just them, it's a family unit or they're planning to start a family. So they want to ensure that the community is safe and also has amenities to be able to raise their family and give options to their children to be able to participate in various activities. That tends to be a pretty common one that comes up. Fanny, is there anything else that?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add to that, Mayor Caniff, is the amenities of a hospital too. Family physicians want to be able to practice in a community where their hospital provides services, specialist services, which we do a very good job at CKHA. So that's why we wanted to highlight the specialists that we've recruited in the last year. For the referral processes, they want to be able to refer locally to an OBGYN or an orthopedic surgeon. So I think that's really key when they're making their decision as well, investing in hospital services.
They enjoy coming to a smaller community at times because it allows them to actually work in the hospital where a larger center you can't, and or deliver babies or work in the hospice, other aspects, so they're not just in the clinic setting 5 days a week. And we're finding more and more of that. New grads want to do a little bit of everything or a couple of things. They have a few interests. So if we're able to support that and accommodate that, then we certainly do. But again, that has an impact. They may not carry a 1,500 roster. They might only carry 1,000. But they're still meeting a void in the community, but they're not meeting the other challenge of taking on additional unattached patients.
Thank you. So stay tuned. I guess we'll have that in our budget discussions regarding the 100,000 and other things during that. So thanks so much for the valuable work you and your whole team are doing. With that, we'll move on to what a lot of people in the audience have been waiting for. Item 18, Infrastructure and Engineering Services.
18A, Talbot Trail Relocation Environmental Assessment, Council consideration.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to move this, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation.
Oh, sorry.
We have a presentation by Steve Taylor, BT Engineering. And Chris, did you want to do any introductions first?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So tonight with us is Steve Taylor. He's our consultant for the Municipal Class Environmental Assessment for the Talbot Trail project, and he has a presentation to assist and kind of complement the report that Council has tonight. Steve?
Thanks, Chris. So I was just going to describe my background as president of BT Engineering. He's doing transportation, engineering, environmental assessments in Canada, the US, and Central America. That's include education and coastal engineering, implementation of coastal climate change projects. So I've got a background in this. This is for information of council as well as some of the people in the public. The A process itself is one of trying to provide a documentation of the formal decision-making process and education. Public consultation is part of it. Many people I see tonight, we may not have had at previous events, but this is continued engagement. So when we started out the project, it was the green area. It was the initial study area where there was a issue with the existing Talbot Trail. And based on public consultation, the first community consultation event, which had participation of about the same number of people, it was recognized by the group that came out that we should actually create a plan for the entire study area, which has the same issues along the coastline. We amended the Class EA scope based on council's endorsement. We carried forward the entire study area. So the project need is, as you heard tonight, is the historical bluff recession rates, which are increasing, and I'll describe that a little bit greater. Global climate change is affecting the storm frequency and intensities and will increase in the future as we eliminate any winter ice on the lake. There's 400 houses along the coast that are in a hazard zone and more are being built every year. Those people may not be in attendance today, but it's a big issue for them with their personal protection of their properties and what will be the plan along the coastline. Record high water levels only were a couple years ago, and things are changing as we look forward in time. We've had a coastal engineering company part of the project team. It's one of the recognized companies in the country, has validated work that's been done to date, has estimated the storm events will have a 5-meter wave run-up, so that's the attack against the bluff. And the coastal recommendations are now validated and support the retreat alternatives for both infrastructure and housing, which is kind of complementary land use transportation plans. And I've got some photos. These are photos from the fall. And these photos are in the Ashad Road area. And they give a perspective looking from the lake back to the land of what has changed. And as I show you these photos, I'm going to give you some scientific facts with respect to climate change. So in the last year, 2022, Europe experienced its most severe drought in 500 years, with one water body dropped to levels not seen in 600 years. This is the significance of the change in the acceleration that's happening in the world. Significant areas in North America and Europe have experienced temperatures over 100 degrees in 2022. Greenland experienced a major heat wave this summer, shedded 6 billion tons of water a day, with 300 millimeters lost of the ice cap from July 15th to 17th in 3 days. That 3-day July heat wave in Greenland raised the global sea levels by 1.5 millimeters. And the loss of Arctic and Antarctic ice caps reduces the reflectivity of solar radiation. And that's why we're accelerating the global heat gain. You can see how close many of these buildings are the top of the bluff. They're in danger of losing property values, and they're moving toward Talbot Trail. Now, we did meet with the property owner group that are here tonight, and on the day of that meeting, Death Valley in the United States reached a record temperature of 127 degrees. It was the hottest day it had ever been recorded. In 2022, Hurricane Fiona, which may have been Canada's strongest ever storm, struck the East Coast and had the lowest recorded pressure of any storm in Canadian history. Hurricane Ian in Florida, which struck one of my properties, was the 5th largest hurricane to hit the United States, with $58 billion in damage. In recent 2022 research forecast 2/3 of all glaciers will no longer exist by the turn of the century in 77 years. And this will be before a 100-year planning period that we've got in our study. If you take a look at the picture, so this is one, you can actually see the line between the top of the bluff and those buildings. This is the zone that's going to be lost. These will be the areas that will drop off from the bluff. These are residents within our study area that are at risk, and it will continue. It's not going to be a one-time event. Take a look on the top. You can see the lines, and those are zones that will be the removal of the bluff in the next movement. Again, you can see lines where the continued loss of the bluff is occurring. And it's just a shot of what it looks like from the ground. So I include this in the presentation. This isn't ours, but this was one of the local news stories identifying the loss of the bluff, showing how close some of the infrastructure, including the road, is to the Lake Erie. And I included this. It's not in our Chatham-Kent, but it's in the Great Lakes system, so it's in the U.S. side. And why I like this photograph is it shows trying to protect the small areas, and drawings have been talked about. I don't believe small individual little areas are going to be successful in protecting the whole coastline, which has been moving for 1,000 years. You can see on the right of this photo, even though somebody's trying to protect one small portion, the inward migration of wave action against the coast is actually removing sediment. House in peril, and the protection in front of it wasn't successful by itself. You need protection if you're going to do it along the entire coastline. So this is the graph that's been talked about tonight. We did utilize and then review and go beyond the work that Peter Zuzak did. We support the work that Peter Zuzak did. It was a backward look in time of what the rate of loss of the bluff was. In fact, if you look forward, it will be an accelerated loss of land as you go in time. By the end of a 100-year planning period, like I said, it will be beyond 2/3 of the glaciers in the world will be gone. Temperature will increase. The increases are lower at the equator. They're higher at the Arctic. It's expected that the Arctic will be 12 degrees warmer by the time that this occurs. It's going to have huge effects in Canada, including the study area. So the lines that are on this show the confidence limits for the 50-year, including climate change, 100-year, including climate change. And we picked this purple line as a zone that is, we picked to be beyond, near term. We picked a 200-year with climate change kind of forecast if we're going to plan for infrastructure. And it has two things. It'll mean that the infrastructure will last for a long time. It also gives a provision for the 400 people that live along the coast and the others that are going to move into it, that they have an ability for a retreat model where they've got a zone that they could actually move infrastructure back. It has complementary purposes. And even though the road wouldn't be built for many decades, it provides a location that could be planned and protected for both the road and infrastructure. Water mains, hydro, bell, it's all infrastructure that has to serve those properties that are along the coast. We looked at, as part of the EA process, first step is to document the assessment of planning solutions, which are different approaches to the solution. The do-nothing alternative, which has been talked about tonight, it isn't going to happen, wasn't recommended as approach. We did take a serious look at the protection of the entire shoreline. It's a very costly proposal. It has to be done in its totality of the total shoreline to be effective. And it doesn't come without the cost of future maintenance, and it was judged to be beyond the ability for the Chatham-Kent to afford. It also has environmental approvals that are beyond Chatham-Kent. It's into provincial, federal, and international water bodies, so it's very difficult. And it affects the shoreline, which has sediment transport, which feeds a whole other ecosystem that isn't land-based. We carried forward the realignment of the Talbot Trail as a protection model. It's a retreat model that had been suggested before. And our mandate was to come up with a preferred solution for that retreat model. We looked at various options as we were mandated to do in the Class EA. This was the recommended alternative for the west end. It's a model that allows stage progression, so it wouldn't be built all at once, but it would protect the area that's had the greatest inward movement of the bluff and risk of failure. This is the alternative that we picked, and I'll talk about this in a second. It was for a single road corridor to be back far enough away that for 200 years, it would be beyond the effect of any inward migration of the coast. Initially, we had a longer version that went all the way to Cedar Springs. We amended that, and I've got a slide coming up that shows that. And that's the combo of the entire plan that when you glue the two together. And one of the reasons that at the initial cafe event, people asked, you can't do one in isolation with the other so that they marry the two plans. Even though the plans may not be implemented for a very long time, if you're going to protect the plan, it should be, one that fits from one end to the other so you can build in phases. No one knows where we might get single or multiple events where we've got big losses of the shoreline. It will affect houses first, and then it will affect the road. We came back to council based on excellent engagement with the community, identify the concern for agricultural properties at the east end of the study area, ask questions if we can minimize effects to it. And if you look carefully, you can see the purple line, which is the line where we wanted to have any new infrastructure beyond. Even though the transportation engineering, like the smoother alignment to connect to the east, in fact, we use the newer modern technology of roundabouts to change the alignment to tie in as soon as we could, and it was north of the purple line. It eliminated all the agricultural impacts to the east, and that was the success of the public consultation at that stage. Identified concerns, listening, and we end up with revisions based on public comments. So I've just brought some of the key questions. This is for education of council and everybody that's in the audience. So the question, could Talbot Trail just be relocated to the 16 line to reduce impacts to the farmland? So it was evaluated as part of the EA. It was called Alternative 10. And the key requirement of this approach, it's necessary to have a second road corridor along the coast to provide access to 400 residential properties that can't be left without public road and utilities. They can't be abandoned, or the township would have to buy them. Alternative 10 rated 10th among the alternatives, and it didn't reduce the farmland required, and it actually had a higher cost than building a single road corridor along the coast. So in comparison, the one that we picked versus the alternative 10, we determined that the local access road was going to be required to provide access to the residential properties. If we built alternative 10 away from the coast, we still had to build a corridor, utility and road corridor, to provide access to 400 people along the coast. There were alternatives that relocate Talbot Trail northerly, but they'd also require an access road along the proposed alignment. So the ones that alternative 10 version required 2 road corridors. The one we picked required 1 road corridor, although I will admit the 1 road corridor went through a centroid of existing farm units, and that was recognized as an effect. But it was judged that it was the best of the alternatives. And often in EAs, we have pimples on alternatives that we choose. It's the best of the ones that we were considered. So that's a blow up. So this is alternatives 8 to 10. They were all similar. They had differences at the east end, but it had a road along the Simpson line, varied as we went to the east. But it also had a service road, a local road, right along the coast to provide access to properties. And think about it over the next 100 years or beyond. The migration of the bluff moves in and in and in. We might lose sections. We might have pockets. We may end up with a peninsula of houses that need access to something. But when you make decisions for new hydro, bell, water main infrastructure, you need a corridor that it goes when it comes up for renewal. And the water mains have a life cycle to themselves, and it may be different than the road corridor need. But we went through an evaluation. I won't go into detail. The one we selected came out to be the best of the alternatives. It's a very defendable process. We used it in EAs. We have EAs across the province, 20 at any one time, from big freeways to highway realignments. And this is a very defendable process. It's been tested with big projects like this that have gone to the Supreme Court. Will there be a loss of property? It's an important question that people ask tonight, especially the farmers that own land along the corridor. So my expertise is not appraisals, but I'll give you perspective of many projects that we've done for MTO, and they have property sections that deal with this issue. So the province completes this type of future corridor protection. Owners are assured if and when the lands will be used, they'll be compensated for its highest and best value, including any business impacts. There are projects that I know of and been part of that have been decades in coming. MTO have one I know of that's been 50 years and has been implemented. There's one I've done that's had partial implementation after 30 years. It will probably be 40 to 50 years before it's entirely implemented. But the MTO's experience and my experience on our projects is that property owners can put their land up for sale. If they get buyers and it's sold, the new purchaser has the assurance that if and when it's ever needed, they'll be completely compensated by the municipality or the ministry or the province. And based on MTO experience, there is no loss in property value because they're guaranteed if it's needed at some date, they will be compensated. Did the EA consider meaningful difference among the 10 alternatives, including species at risk? We've done a natural environment inventories. You have to understand that at the time this is implemented 30, 40, or 50 years, the species at risk legislation may have changed. It would be revisited at the time. There may be things that were identified now that won't be there. There may be something in the future that might be there. It will have to be part of a future implementation if and when council chooses to do so. Has the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority approved the study recommendations? Yes, we've taken it to the Conservation Authority's board. They support it. A key recommendation of the EA is to be helpful to the Conservation Authority to protect the hazard zone along the coast. We have a recommendation to the MECP to amend the current Ontario regulations that are ministered by that ministry, and the Conservation Authority Act is all under this ministry. That'll provide the Conservation Authority a tool to limit development. It's currently only 50 years and doesn't include the effect of climate change. They can't draw a line beyond that at this time. A key recommendation is that they should be able to protect the hazard zone that includes the effect of climate change and should be the 100-year zone that they've endorsed as the right design standard for the project. It's very long term, but it's the right zone to protect property owners and protect the Conservation Authority and the municipality from homeowners that might inadvertently assume that they'll be protected if they get building permits to go in a zone that actually has some threat. Is there new housing being built within the zone identified within our 100-year hazard zone? The answer is yes. There's a number of houses that are under construction. They're all in that zone. Our recommendations would limit them. They would have to be beyond an area that would be a hazard zone for new construction. And right now, Chatham-Kent hasn't got a mechanism to not allow building permits to go ahead in these areas. The greenhouse is another one. It's coming up. You didn't have an ability to affect those building permits. The EA would allow some of those to be under your control. Can the corridor be protected if the EA isn't finished? The answer is no. It'll have no status. And we have this example in other projects. We've got a big bypass around Whitby. Until the EA is finished, we still have houses that are being built that will be in a conflict zone with the future plan. And an example in your study area is both the greenhouses that have been built and the new greenhouse that's just been built on Askew Road. The one on Askew Road has a second phase, and that second phase has been shown on drawings, but there is no ability for Chatham-Kent to not protect the land if you need it for a corridor for utilities and a road in the future. The greenhouses that were built on Coatsworth Road, we would have had a different alignment that would have had less effect on farmland if that second greenhouse on the west side of Coatsworth Road hadn't been built. If we had been at the EA stage 3 years earlier, it wouldn't have been in that location and it would have minimized the effects of the project. And that's one of the rationale I give to municipalities across the entire province. If you do EA well in advance of the need, you can minimize the impacts of the project. Buildings won't be built in the way. It's just a long-term property protection method. Question, I know this will be discussed by council tonight, but can the EA be broken into two separate ESRs, so the public information in phase 2 to allow phase 1 to be completed and proceed to construction? So yes, the project can be built or split into two. One of the MECP objectives is to avoid piecemealing, that you do one project and come and do the next one. But we've integrated them from the very beginning, so we could finish one, we could finish the second one later, including more education or information. But the recommendations of the first phase would be a boundary condition for the second project extension. It gives time for information to be exchanged with affected property owners that may not have been engaged. Is it possible that the future erosion of the shoreline won't take place? The answer from me and my firm, it's a natural process. It's been taking place as long as the lakes have existed. Last ice age, a long time. Residents in part of this study have confirmed that the historical land lot surveys based on measurements from the high water mark are no longer accurate or even there. So that's information from people in the study area. For reference, the Euro shoreline has receded 645 meters between 1868 and 1968. That was a reference from the Zuzak report. In fact, yesterday I took a look at the historical change in temperatures in Canada since the 1860s to today. It's been a straight line of, it's 3 degrees warmer than it was back in 1860s, and it will accelerate as we lose the ice caps on the two ends of the planet. One location in the study area, Peter Zuzak's photos and reference, has receded 84 meters in the last 60 years. We're going to have big movements in the next 100 years. And property owners can protect their own lands with downstream effects of the shoreline, but they're difficult to protect the two sides. They have to have a larger length of protection, which may, it adds costs. It adds long-term costs for maintaining them. We have projects right now ongoing in the province where we're replacing shoreline revetments and repairs that were done earlier, and they get pounded and they have to be replaced. This is the picture from the Zuzak report showing the 60-year movement in the area of the Lost Road. It's unlikely that the next few years would not have the same type. It should have more as we have accelerated temperatures on the planet, which increase storm events and rainfall and water levels. So this is the sample recommended plan. It's beyond that purple line. We think it's kind of a 200-year line. There is loss of a small portion of the farms, but the benefit of doing that is it leaves a soft landing for property owners that may have to move buildings, properties away from the lake as it retreats. We've got a road retreat model. Peter Zuzak's report recommended a land retreat for land uses. We would support it. I'm just going to say that there's a statement of flexibility because this is going to be so long-term. We've talked about a cost for this project. The project cost is probably zero for decades. It may be 30 or 40 years. It'll be a future council that will decide if and when to do it, and by the time they make a decision to do it, it will be because there's a problem to fix. The ESR will have a statement of flexibility to allow a ton of things, including changes to the design, changing the alignments, monitoring future conditions, and the availability of funding. Future phasing, ESR will just describe that it's going to be phased wherever there's a risk. It's a land use property protection plan. Give some tools to your planning department, and it'll consider the actual long-term regression rates, which will be monitored over the next century. So the study recommendations are also including, based on council direction, the documentation that we require funding for the project, and looking for other areas of funding. The document itself is a good thing to have to go ask for money and funding. And again, advice I give to municipalities, if you have a project, you have to have an EA document in hand to go get funding approved. So there will be grant programs out there at some point in the future. This would be one of the tools, as you heard tonight, is supported by higher levels of government, and you will need money from higher levels of government probably for implementation. The only thing you have to implement now is this small plan. The blue line doesn't have to exist until the road retreat is in the way of the bluff migration. It's only to open the road where there's a closure using existing roads. The very tiny part at the west end where often farmland wouldn't have been there if we hadn't had the greenhouse expansion in the last couple of years, so we missed that. But it's a low-cost solution using existing roads, and the cost for this is in the order of $12 million. Future decisions, I mean, it's a paper exercise. It's land property protection. It'll be a future council that will be making decisions to move forward with the project. This is like a first domino that at least puts something on paper that protects, that can be implemented by future councils. And it's done by the province, it's done by other municipalities for infrastructure that could be many decades away. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions to council.
Okay, I'll open up to questions, but first I'll just have Councillor Thompson, Councillor Anderson put on the floor. Please.
I'll move it so we can begin the discussion.
Happy to move it.
Okay, I've got 5 people that noted, pulled at the head questions. I'll start with Councillor Thompson and Councillor Anderson.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for coming. There's a lot of neighbors, a lot of business owners and friends in council chambers tonight. I recognized as I walked past, Tube 12 is full as well. We've even had a number of people reach out to me saying they were watching from home. So there are a lot of eyes on tonight's conversation and ultimately decision. Reopening the Talbot at Coatesworth as quickly as possible has been my #1 concern for quite some time. Businesses like Deer Run and Robinson Cycle, along with farm markets and others, have suffered losses due to the closure of Talbot since 2019. Farmers have also struggled to get their produce to processors in Leamington every single fall. So I was curious, if this passes tonight, how long would it take to get that section at Coatesworth built and reopened so we could have Talbot reopen?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So if the phase 1, or if the entire project or phase 1 is approved tonight for the posting, we are committed to doing a 60-day posting with the MECP before it's a final document. That period for the MEC posting will have an opportunity for the public to submit written comments and concerns directly to the MECP. But then following the approval through the MECP and it becomes a final document, then we move into the next stage, which is land acquisition. Now, there will be some land acquisition required for this first phase to reopen and move Talbot Trail up to second concession. That could be a quick process. It could be a long process, depending on how the land purchasing proceeds. Once we actually secure the land and have the land, then we could pull the trigger on detailed design. We'd have a consultant come in with the support of Chatham-Kent Engineering to go out and do the required survey work and establish a tender document for construction. Following detailed design, it would be tendered for actual construction work. So due to the land acquisition part of the piece of the equation, it's hard to kind of answer that question. It could be a road open by 2024. It could be a road open by 2025. Okay. I don't see anything happening in 2023.
Understood. If we were to abandon this and it were to fail and we start fresh, what would that timeline be to reopen the road at Coatesworth? If we decide we don't like this and we want to look at maybe an option that was presented or a whole new option?
So completely eliminating and everything that was done under this Class EA, because we no longer own property to the north. We own road right-of-ways. We own second concession, but it's not wide enough to accommodate a new arterial road. It's only a local road. So therefore, there will be some variation of purchasing a property somewhere to the north to reopen Talbot Trail as a regional arterial road in the proper width that's required. So therefore, we need to proceed with a municipal Class EA, which is a first step. is getting council direction either to proceed with an EA that doesn't support the Zuzek study, that doesn't follow the recommendations to move beyond the 100-year erosion limit with climate change and looking at something within that limit, or accepting a lower standard for relocating the road in the futures. But it's giving that direction to then go back into the EA stage all over again, which has the public consultation requirements. It adds approximately another year to year and a half minimum.
Okay, so another year, year and a half, which easily can become 2. I would like to separate the recommendations out, if I could. I would like to thank not only our staff, our consultant, and the LTVCA, who have had numerous meetings with residents over the years, and most recently to try and address issues on the eastern end. I want to thank those residents for taking time to bring questions, ideas, and their expertise, particularly the Glens, John Mann and Henry Rex. We have a lot of difficult decisions that we have to make here at Chatham-Kent Council, and I accept that. I don't think I've ever had to make a decision that has had impacts today and yet won't become a reality potentially within my lifetime. That's something I've had a real hard time balancing off, and I think a lot of other people do too. Farmers, residents. There's so many unknowns when you introduce timelines of 50 to 100 years. I mean, for instance, for years we've heard there's no money for shoreline protection, and I know that governments change and priorities can change. And technologies too are developed and new ways of doing things. So I think if the timeline was of 5 years, I might be supportive of the second phase, the longer phase, but with a 50 to 100 year timeline, it introduces too many unknowns for me and I can't support it. And I know that's strange because I'll own it. I was the guy that originally brought this forward to look at this because I do believe there are a couple of small issues that were pointed out in our work that are really close to that failing standpoint. But I think, unfortunately, at this point, it's important that we get Coatsworth open. I have to see that in the as soon as possible. And I'm less concerned about how we do it as to more concerned about the timelines and how quickly we can do it. So I will support that, but I can't support the second half. So thank you.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions actually, and I might take a little bit of your time just so I can better understand. Are you able to go back to your one slide that showed the waterway where it had the 3 different, it had like the different colored lines? There was like a green line, a red line, it was like an actual photo. I think so. Back further, it was like an actual picture. That's the one.
Yep.
I wanted to just discuss a little bit. So when we look at this, if you look at that, that bottom road, that's actually a road that was closed. If someone can correct me if it's over 20 years ago. Is that correct? That first road was closed and then it was extended further? If you can see right there. Okay.
The ministry owned this road. They did a realignment.
Yeah, how long ago was that? Was when that next part was done?
10 to 12 years ago.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was talking to Thompson. Do we know
10
when
to 12 years ago.
10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
So that was when the water level, it's kind of cyclical. Chris, Mr. Tiber, you and I have talked about this several times. It is like a cyclical way that it goes, right? Is that the water levels do go up and down over a 10 to 15 to sometimes 20-year period.
Yeah. And we've looked over the last 100 years. There's
Yeah.
ups and downs.
Yeah, so we are at a down right now, right? And I think the shortest amount of time when Chris and I looked at it was actually 10 years for the water levels to start rising back up again. And I guess my question is, there was a concern, which is why that second road was put in the first place, but that first road is actually still there with the last erosion that we had.
The ministry flatted out to make it a safer, smoother curves.
Yeah.
They didn't consider the shift of the bluff when they did it. It was likely it was an error when they did it because they built it within a hazard zone. And they did it because it wasn't defined.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can't have the audience commenting on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess my question has to be that we're talking about erosion and losing a substantial amount of land, and I'm not saying that we didn't lose a bunch of land. I've seen it. I have, my sister's in-laws live right down the street from there, so I have seen it. However, that area that you're speaking about, which is the troublesome area, that actually original road is still there. Can you speak on that? Is that because of the jetties are in place, but the water level just went up too high for the groins? Like, would increasing the groins be an option?
No.
I'm just trying to like,
So the groins are not an option, in my opinion, and
yeah.
the experts that we had on the team. It's going to be a gradual progression, but it may not be gradual like a meter and a half a year. It will probably be a big loss.
Okay.
So there's cracks in the road. There's cracks along the top of the rest of the bluff.
Yeah.
It will be an event where you've got wave action and a whole chunk will fall away.
And you can predict that happening anytime right now, even with the water levels going down.
Yes, it could happen with a large storm event. Hurricane Ian, which one of the biggest storms to North America, made it to the Canadian border. It didn't get to Chatham-Kent, but it could have. And that would have been a significant event that would have had a huge impact on the coast.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, and I know a lot of fishermen, and I think that they would probably attest to the fact that Lake Erie is probably one of the most unpredictable bodies of water of any of the Great Lakes. And I still, I guess, I'm struggling to see that first road still being there, and then wanting to implement a plan for the next 100 years.
But there's visible cracks in that road. You can see.
For sure. The only other thing that I wanted to talk about, and as far as it goes for Ward 1, which is the constituents that I am really wanting to represent here tonight, I've talked to all of them. They want, especially the ones that are within that area or are families that are outside of that area that need to come into Wheatley, whether it's to bus their kids to school, get their kids to school or whatever. That second concession is not safe to be traveling on. And so I can fully support that immediate first phase getting done as quickly as possible. And that's going to be my stance for this evening. As far as the rest of it goes, looking at a 100-year plan, I mean, I figured probably another study would need to be done at that time anyways to implement this, would it not?
So the problem is, if you don't protect the corridor, there's likely to be development. The development can happen within the next couple of years that would eliminate the potential to do that alternative. The example I gave with the greenhouse.
Yeah, so is that the prediction of more greenhouses coming this way? That
just that single one has a second phase forecast that would get to the lake. It would cut off the ability to cross it. And your planning department would have no tool to stop them from doing it. There's a risk.
My only last thing is I want to extend sincere thanks to Mr. John Mann and his family that brought me out to their property and allowed me to walk through it with them. And I can definitely see that we have a need to protect our roadways and safe passages of people to be able to travel wherever they choose. But I also can respect the fact that they showed me where turtles have crossed from their pond down to the lake and back for generations, and where deer have crossed and migrated through their land. And I think that needs to be something that is looked at and taken into full consideration as we make plans for expropriating farmland. I also thank you, Chris, for sitting and explaining all this to me. The one thing that I also, just one last thing. When we look at the graph, it looks like the option that we chose, that you're suggesting that we choose, is the most costly. And actually, when Chris and I went over it, I was like, but this one's the most expensive. And I think that that's probably the general idea of any of the public here tonight is also thinking. Can you explain that a little bit, how it's actually the reverse of that?
Let me show you the graphic. So is this the way people interpreted this
That's
graphic?
right.
It's the pies.
Yes.
So what the alternative that scores the best has the highest set of bars. So under cost, the alternative and cost is the greenish color. So the alternative that cost the least amount of money got the highest bar. So if you take a look at the alternative that we selected, they had the highest green bars. They were the lowest cost.
Great. Thank you so much.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Through our deputations tonight, there was a question asked, why not a number 4 diversion? Has that ever been looked into? A short diversion?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a slide, but as part of the EA, we've looked at a number of alternatives, including trying to put in a tight version along the coast in the area, but it wasn't carried forward. It was not less money than the one that we've recommended, and it was remaining within an area that had a risk for loss of the bluff. And we had one of the premier geotechnical firms in the country on the team to give advice about trying to build something in that close proximity. So it wasn't recommended by the EA.
It was less than a kilometer, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, okay. And Councillor Thompson's remarked about to abandon it right now. How much cost have we got in this, studies and everything right now?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the consulting expenses to date are approximately $410,000.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wright, just to confirm, so you were talking about moving the road from behind the greenhouses to in front of the greenhouses, like I think Francis had said. Is that what you were just saying there?
Yes, yeah. Francis.
Okay, so that takes care of my first question. Secondly, they brought up, some of the people doing deputations, that there was another report that council had asked administration for about protecting Talbot Trail as opposed to retreating, and then some of them said that we never got anything back. Is that true?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I will have to look back into that. I believe that came out of the Lake Erie Shoreline Study from the Peter Zuzik report. It was a recommendation from staff to proceed to provide with a document to the public that they have with options for their consideration, contact information about how they can protect their property, who they need to obtain permits from, who they need to speak to. It's kind of like an information pamphlet that kind of spawned out of the Lake Erie Shoreline Study. I believe that's what was being referred to, and just giving like those options for private properties on how they can protect their property.
Okay, do you know if that was ever finished so they could give it to the landowners?
Not that I'm aware of. So that's something I'll have to look into and see the commitment that was made by administration to fulfill that document.
Okay, and I've got just two more questions. So what would be our plan in 150 years from now? Would it just be retreat again, start this whole process over, if we're never gonna like stand up to and do anything?
What would happen is it could be, or over that time, people will have realized that there's an issue. Property owners may change the type of or location of buildings that they're going to build if they know that there's a risk. They may not build between the new road and the lake. They may choose to be on the other side or not to build. But the biggest thing is it would stop anyone from building that was unaware of the risk. And an example in Florida, where I'm dealing with Hurricane Ian, is they've changed the building code. So they've recognized the climate change, and that buildings have to have breakaway ground floors to let waters go through the first floor and to protect it at the second floor. And most of the new buildings that were to the code in Florida that were built to that standard resisted Hurricane Ian.
Okay, and last question. I know you said we can't, if we don't accept the EA report, we can't protect that corridor where the road's going to go. But would council be allowed to make a new bylaw that says that council has to approve any new builds within that 100-year zone there?
I think that's a land use. We met with both MECP and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. Yeah, we'll let the planning department.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're getting a lawyer, not a land use planner, but I'll give my best shot. Certainly, Bruce can add in here, but the control of development is really primarily done through a zoning bylaw, and so once there's kind of an established right it can't really be taken away. So there isn't an ability there is some ability to do that in some certain circumstances, but there really is an ability to do what you're proposing there, which is to protect a corridor across all these properties. This is actually the process that one would use to do that. Certainly welcome Mr. McAllister to add anything to that if you
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So Dave kind of hit it on the head. The reality is if the first step along the way was kind of envisioned is we would be updating our official plan natural hazard policies here in the next couple of years. And that's the time to look at your land use policy, which will then set out future land use decisions and in zoning over the next few years. So as Steve had kind of mentioned there, right now the province is actually reviewing the provincial policy statement and potentially new guidelines around setbacks from eroding bluffs such as this and other natural hazards. So the timing is probably sometime here the next year or two when that all comes into alignment when you look at that. Because the reality is before you start moving lines back and restricting development, you better have sound planning justification in order to do so, right? Because you now are potentially restricting development rights even further. So that was kind of the plan. The SUZEC study was first. The EA was kind of needed because obviously we had a failure in the road, and it was asked direction from council to come up with a solution. So that's kind of what's happened since the start of the SUZEC study in 2018 to where we are here today. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And then I just want to thank everybody who's here, all the constituents that are here. We've had meetings with multiple people, even the Talbot Trail Merlin Town Hall meeting. We got to know a lot of you there and what your feelings were on this. So again, with the other councillors from Ward 1 and 2, I think Coatsworth does need to get opened right away as quick as possible, so I can support that. But with regards to the second phase of this, I got to vote with my constituents, so I can't support that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Scotchy, followed by Councillor Pinsonneau.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. Obviously, a majority of my questions and comments have already been said. Just a quick question to Mr. T-Bear, though. So Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. There's no expiration on this information that we've had. So if we decide to, as Councillor Thompson indicated, to break these into two, this information that we've collected and all this work that's been done, it's not for nothing. Like that information is going to be accessible to us to utilize. I understand securing of the corridor, but that information is still something that is going to be helpful down the road, whether that be 50 years or 100 years. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Cannon. Certainly. Any information, the history of what we've done to date and all the information that we've taken into consideration to date for the CA will be useful and beneficial tool in the future should we need to explore another environmental assessment. But again, the biggest thing is the corridor may not, without the corridor being protected, and as soon as there is an obstruction within that corridor that's constructed, whether it be a greenhouse or any kind of development, it essentially renders all the work that we did not like useless, essentially.
Sure. So let's just say that either the rates of erosion accelerate or decline. Would that not alter your potential position in, let's say, 40 years if you're looking at this study? I know that it's likely going to be, you might be living in a different country on a beach somewhere, but just curious to see if that information, if it's accelerated or decelerated, would that not alter the potential corridor as well if we're looking at this differently in 40 or 50 years?
So certainly, if depending on the uncertainty of Mother Nature and the Lake Erie shoreline erosion regression and whether or not private properties do protect their properties and the ones that do protect and the ones that don't protect and the nature of the top of bank or the shoreline and what it will look like in the future, that's going to have an impact on future decisions, again, if nothing is done tonight. That will be looked at and considered whether we go down the path of another ZUZIC Lake Erie shoreline study again in the future if that's required, or it's something that we need to definitely consider in using that historical information combined with what we've already done to date.
Thank you. And my last kind of comment is through the last 4 years of my first term, I've heard lots of comments from agricultural members in our community about the importance of opening up, the Coatsworth area from our agriculture community, from our business, community on Talbot Trail. When you get elected to a position, I think it's important to listen to your constituents. I've heard loud and clear that, they need access, but I also heard loud and clear that they don't want this corridor, secured at this point. So I can support the first one to get the reopening part, but like Councillor Thompson and Councillor Doyle, I will not be supporting the second phase, as I know this information can be utilized at a different time, and it's not for nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Worship. It's too bad the last realignment to 2010 didn't go right up to Coatsworth Road. That would have bought us about 40 years. It's frustrating too that the province downloaded this road on to us, and they definitely need to come to the plate. My question is are there any funds available right now from either the province or the feds for moving forward with even this project and then the next phases?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So we're not aware of any funding available right now through the upper level governments. However, we do know and we have heard that having a EA completed and in our back pocket does allow for future opportunities, for those funding opportunities in the future for us to hopefully be more successful, having nothing at all.
So basically we have to protect this corridor if we want to apply for any of the federal or provincial money.
Thank you, Mayor. It demonstrates to the upper level governments that we have a plan in place to act and react in the event of erosion, in the event of future failures beyond Stevenson Road, which is going to be discussed tonight. So without that plan in place, it shows that we really don't have a plan to put money towards if provided from the government.
Okay. If we do nothing tonight on item 2, chances are that's going to get filled up with greenhouses and we won't have an opportunity at a later period of time to at least do this route. And then you got to start the EA process all over again.
So to be clear, if we were to split the EA process up, and by splitting it up, we are defining, I know there was a graph that was shown or a diagram that was showed with the limits going up to Port Alma, I believe. The first phase that we would be submitting and filing with the MECP and finalizing goes up to Stevenson Road. Everything beyond Stevenson Road up to Erie Beach or Erie O, it would be the phase 2 that we're discussing, whether we proceed with additional public consultation or we proceed with doing nothing at all. So the first phase, by finalizing it and filing it with the MECP for the 60-day review period, and if it does go through and approved by the MECP as a final completed ESR document, then if there is funding opportunities that come up in that period of time in the next year or so, then we would be in a good position to apply for that. No guarantees, but we will apply. But for applications for anything beyond Stevenson Road, again, we will apply, but we just won't have anything to kind of help solidify our case for funding.
So the first phase here that's in recommendation number 2, if we don't support that tonight, then are we back to frame 1 again?
So the recommendations tonight, the recommendation that staff put forward to administrator to council was that we proceed with filing the entire EA from the west limits all the way to Erie Beach. We complete it as one whole project. We do not split the project up.
So that is the recommendation here, correct?
That is the recommendation that council has as recommendation number 1 and 2, as a combination of the both. However, as per council's direction, we have included in for council's consideration at the end of the report, options for council's consideration to split the project up. And there's one option to either split the project up, proceed with more public consultation, or split the project up and proceed with doing nothing with the phase 2.
So if we split the project, as you're saying, does that still protect the corridor?
If we were to, it depends on so again, the 2 different recommendations are at the tail end of the report. There's an option 2 and an option 3. Option 2 is if we split the project up and proceed with filing for the first phase, we're protecting the corridor and it goes through just in that phase. Option 2 recommends doing additional public consultation and then coming back to council with another recommendation. It very well could be the same recommendation. Likelihood of it being different is slim. If So we're still evaluating the EA, so it's still not a protected corridor in phase two, until council finally endorses, if they choose to, the phase two EA. Option three is you file the first one. If following the 60-day, we're protecting that corridor, but then you do nothing with the phase two from Stevenson to Erio, and then you're not protecting the corridor with that. Is that clear?
Yeah, that does. This is a tough one, I'm telling you. And I get the local councilors, they want to, represent their residents, and I get that, but I don't know, you gotta sometimes look at what's the greater good for the community. Thank you.
Sorry, just while we're on that, I just want to clarify, given that we're voting, that it's being split. So we've got 1 and 2. And could you just put up the motion just quickly? I just want to, just along your line of questioning, I just want to clarify, because I think we're going to get to that when we start voting on it. So it's split. So we're going to vote on 1 and 2. So if we vote, I'm just going to use hypothetical. If you support both, you support both. We move ahead. At what point do we have to bring in the discussion on option 2 and 3? So what scenario is it that is it as simple as vote 1 yes or no on that, and vote 1 yes or no on 2 and we're done? Or because you start talking about the option 2 and 3, and the number 1 doesn't contemplate option 2 or 3 in there.
Thank you, Mayor Camp. Very great point. So splitting up these recommendations is not, I think, the objective that council is looking for. What Councillor Thompson mentioned by bringing forward a different recommendation is moving on with either option 2 or option 3. So it's essentially eliminating that's on the screen and cutting and pasting what's currently in the report under option 2 or option 3.
So that's what we're getting at. If we say no to number 1, then we have to then decide, is it option 2 or option 3 that we proceed on with?
That's correct.
So it's a 2-part on that one. All right, I just want to clarify for everybody. I don't think it was clear for everyone. But yes, we'll decide, because if we say yes to 1, then we don't have to consider option 2 or 3.
But options are on the second page, not recommendation.
Sorry, please clarify.
Sorry, just to clarify, Chris, so this is recommendation 1 and 2. You're talking about options 3 and 4 that are on page
8 and 9 of the report.
Page 8 and 9. So can you just explain, like, are we, Councillor Thompson, are we separating 1 and 2 recommendation, or this can stay together?
Technically, there's no need to split those 2 recommendations up. They go hand in hand. So recommending, if you do split them up and you vote down recommendation number 1, number 2 is null and void. And then we'll be making a decision to move on with either option 2 or option 3 for council's consideration.
So is that what Councillor Thompson was looking at when you said separating 1 and 2?
I admit some confusion at this point, because I saw it the way the mayor did. If we vote yes on 1, then we don't have to worry about the other options 2 or 3 or whatever. It's only that if we vote no on 1 that we have to worry about that. That said, with the opinion of the clerk, yeah, I don't know. I'm in favor of the Coatsworth phase. I am opposed to the extension. That's where I'm at. So that's what I'm trying to move through.
So then to clarify that by splitting it, because sorry, I'll let you finish your discussion there. Go ahead. No, because that's how I read it as well. It said, you can say no to the overall picture, but you can still support finishing number 2, getting that done, the piece that's closed now, getting that reopened. That's what I thought as well by splitting, but you're telling us no, if you say no to 1, well, number 2 is null and void. That's where I'm confused.
So I guess, thank you, and apologies for the confusion. So what's being recommended is the full submission of the entire EA project. If council's direction is for us to break up the project into phases and do nothing with phase 2, so from Stevenson all the way to Erio, then essentially that is option 3 in this report. There is a monetary cost associated with doing that. It's minor. It's approximately $20,000 to rework the EA. It's a lot of administrative effort to kind of take what has been done to date and kind of shrink it back down again to just a phase 1 project and then submit for just the phase 1 project. So it is receiving direction from council to only proceed with the municipal class Talbot Trail Municipal Class EA for up to Stevenson Road. It would be the direction that I think you're looking for.
So if we wanted to achieve that, to look at all the options, then we would put a number 3 up there. Like you're saying, you vote 1 and 2, it's either yes or no. If we say yes to that, we move on. If no, then we default over to this other option you're gonna give us to say we need to look at option 2 or 3.
Correct. And option 2 and 3 are essentially the same. So option 2 is giving staff, although there's a substantial financial difference. Option number 2 in the report is that we would proceed with filing the phase 1 up to Stevenson Road with the MECP, and we'd move on with that project and move on with the Coatsworth Road reopening. The phase 2 element from Stevenson on would be going out for additional public consultation. Would be getting additional research and bringing in some additional third party to provide more review of the study area, and then reevaluate the EA and then come back to council again with another recommendation for that specific zone. And then option 3 is that we don't do that and we just completely drop and eliminate everything that's been done to date for phase 2.
So then I'll go one step further. So if we say yes to this, we're done. If we say no, then I would open it up to a motion, somebody to move there. All right. So that's how, so we won't split 1 and 2. We're gonna vote on that. And again, if it says yes, no more, no, then we go to the second option, open it up for other choices.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yes.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Scott, you point of order?
Just a point of order. How I read that, and maybe I'm wrong, is that if we're saying yes to number 1, we are in fact identifying that corridor. Is that correct? If we're saying yes to number 1, it's not backwards. So if we're saying yes to number 1, we're identifying the entire corridor. So we should be voting no on number 1 if we're not supportive of the entire corridor, and we should be supporting number 2 that's just saying do the first stage and that's it, and then proceed with option 3. That would be the most less confusing way of doing it, is to move number 2 and proceed with option number 3.
Thank you, Mayor Cass. So along those lines, I think the motion and the wording of number 2 might have to be altered slightly, but it's essentially what you're trying to accomplish.
Just want to caution everybody before we vote that if you're supporting number 1, you're supporting the entire corridor.
That is correct.
So this has just entered another realm of confusion for me. I apologize. Because he did, when we just said there, oh yeah, that effectively that is saying, because how I read it, it reads right now that you can go ahead, skip the whole route, but just on that. That's how it's written right now. The first phase of the project to reopen the Talbot Trail in the area currently closed be endorsed and staff be directed. So that is effectively is saying proceed on. And that's, so we just need to be clear because it's a big issue for the vote, obviously. So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's Ryan Brown, Acting General Manager. I'll add some more confusion. So I think what I'm hearing, we're gonna vote. I don't think there's a point in splitting them. I think Chris is right in that, because 2 goes hand in hand with 1. So number 2 says, and staff be directed that the LRPP plan will not be implemented, but that implies that we're moving forward. So I think you should vote on these recommendations together as it is, and my understanding is that a lot on council would like this defeated, and then someone make a motion to accept option 2 or 3 out of the report.
So that's what we'll do then. All right, so everyone's clear on that, and I do have some more people to discuss. I'll go the line here. Councillor Story, did you have something specific to what we're talking about there?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any merit, because I admit I am coming in new to this in this term, and I respect all the comments that have been said to help bring me up to speed. For someone like me who is still, learning about this, is there any merit in adding the locations into the motion to make it clear of geographically what we're talking about? Like, what is the Stevenson Road, the Coatsworth to Stevenson line section referring to, and what is the Stevenson, or east to Erio Road section?
Because I think the rate option right now reads the whole thing, so the 30 kilometers. So if we need some clarification to put a geographic, if we're more comfortable with that, we can put that in there to say from point X to point Y. Is that what you're saying here?
Yes, because I apologize, I am still not entirely clear on exactly where we're referring to, because I appreciate
All right.
there's a sort of the closer to the Wheatley section and closer to the Cedar Springs Deal Town section, and I'm
So is
not-
that something we can do as we ask other questions? We can just get the 2 points and add them into that recommendation? Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mayor Canas. Certainly. So what's recommended right now, what's in front of council right now, the recommendation is Second Concession Road, which is the west limits of the project, to Crawford Road, which is the east limits of the project. So following, if defeated, we would then refine to say Second Concession to Stevenson.
Thank you. All right, I have some other speakers here. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Most of my questions were answered, but now through all conversation, now I'm even more confused than I ever was before. So, if this fails, and we say we adopt option number 2, does this put us back in a position, it goes out for further education, but then we can possibly use this or part of this study or look to a different study that would keep us in a position if there were to be government funding come up so that we are ready? As you said, if we don't have a plan in place, we're not going to be able to apply if funding becomes available. I think with anything that I've learned with this government especially is that you need to basically be shovel ready for almost everything at all times, or you miss out on funding. And that's something we certainly don't want to do. So I'm confusing myself with my own conversation here, so I apologize for that. So if one fails, we go for option 2, then we can still find ourselves in a position to have this in place so that we can look to funding. If one fails and we go to option 3, we fix the road, everything else fails. The environmental assessment, all of that goes away. But right now, it would still stay in option 2, but it would mean further education and further study of that environmental assessment. Even though it's a little more of a cost, something we might have to pay that extra cost. So I just want to understand that because there's a lot of good work in here. I know that maybe that corridor needs to be changed slightly or something, but that would be something that would be further looked at as we proceed with further education and community consultation. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. That is correct. Following the completion of further education, further investigation through the EA process on that second phase, we would be coming back to council very similar to what we're doing tonight with, once again, a final recommendation for council's consideration.
Then I would ask that whoever, and I will leave it to one of the councillors in that area, that if this one fails, that they bring forward both options then, at least for the opportunity for us to either turn down 2 before we get to 3, rather than jump right to 3. Or if we jump right to 3 and that fails, can we go back to 2?
Yes, the sentiment I'm hearing, and I
So
think right across, is that we all want to fix the existing problem now. So I think
Yes.
that's,
They
I
think
think that,
fixing the
I haven't heard otherwise,
Yes.
anybody saying, no, let's not fix the first one. So I think
Yeah.
that's a given that collectively in any
Fix the road,
any
yeah.
decision we make. So we'll have to decide on it's that other piece or not. But we'll get to that once we get past this, whether it's yes or no. And I have Councillor McGrail as the last question. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor Cano. So my first question is EAs. How long are they good for? Is there an expiry date on EAs?
You just have to keep them active. So every decade, it can be by keeping it active in the official plan. It can last for the 100 years. You just have to keep it active.
Okay. Second question is for, how many greenhouses applications do we have in that area right now out for build? Or business, anything like that, any builds?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the study area for the complete project, there are currently no greenhouse development applications in the municipality.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more question, and I'm not sure if someone's gonna be able to answer. But, we have our utilities out there, so our water and so forth. Those utilities that are existing out there, could they facilitate many more acres of greenhouses, or would, as it sits right now? And utilities, hydro and everything like that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really location dependent, Councillor. There are areas within the study area that are more conducive to supporting your greenhouse development than others. But as the greenhouse industry has evolved, and as Council may know with the Hacienda project, greenhouse developers are willing to invest in private service delivery as well to support their projects in these areas, which would remain a possibility as well if municipal or other public services were not available.
But for that to happen, and I'm thinking more PUC, it'd have to have, council would have to have some consent on that new building, right? Or that new, line going in. It'd go through your commission there.
Yes, that's correct. So a new public water main would need approval of the commission. However, just to be very clear with council, greenhouse site plans are not approved at council. It's a technical approval given by administration.
Sure, and thank you for that. Ryan, just again, have you seen any applications for greenhouses?
No, not in this area, but I think if you're looking for an answer, if the corridor is not protected, there may be development in the future. If it is protected, there won't be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the seconder for final comments and then over to the person that moved it, and then we'll put it to vote. Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Again, thank you everyone for this difficult conversation. It's obviously not an easy issue that we have in front of us, and it's not going to be an easy decision regardless of which way we go. One final question is how will people that are living along the waterway right now that are in that zone that's closed access their driveways? Are they going to have to utilize the detour and come back around, or will there be an opportunity for a utility road?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I can start, and maybe if Steve might be able to add a little more to this as well. So right now, because there's only erosion present at one central location between Stevenson and Coatesworth, the existing Talbot Trail beyond that limit will still be utilized. So when we do construct the new Talbot Trail along Second Concession, up Coatesworth and down Stevenson to tie back into the existing alignment, they will then utilize those intersections, kind of backfeed into their house. So for right now, we're still maintaining those roads, and we will still maintain those roads. They will no longer be an RTO road. They'll be downgraded to a local road, but the same level of service. They will just have, if they want to get to Wheatley, for example, they will have to go up and around. Until such time that there is erosion, if there is erosion that happens, up into Stevenson or up into Coatesworth, either way, primarily to Stevenson, because that's where all the residential houses are at. Then there will have to be consideration given for a local access road to backfeed the properties from a location to the north off of Second Concession.
Councillor Thompson, final thoughts.
Final thoughts, I just want to thank everybody in the audience for this front row seat into how municipal politics works. And looking forward to shooting this down and moving on to option 2 or 3. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will put it to vote. Is everyone clear what they're voting on? Just one last clarification. Councillor Story.
I'm so sorry. Are we not putting in the locations in this? Not
yes.
right now? 'Cause
Yes, so we talked about just putting in there,
So this one is Second Concession to Crawford Road.
so if we can put that in there, just as the. Yes, put under one, and you just put in, we can just put in brackets, location.
Are we being asked, are we unanimously being asked to vote against this?
No, everyone's voting how they want to. I mean, we've heard comments about how people feel, and they'll express how they feel about it, but certainly everyone has their opportunity of how they feel based on all the discussion, everything else we've heard, just to support this or not to support it.
Okay, I apologize. I still find this extremely confusing, but thank you.
So Meredith, it is second concession to Crawford Road under number 1.
This one's just clarifying that it's the entire 30-kilometer stretch from this point to this. So we know that it's the full, the next one, if this fails, then we'll look and say, we'll define to Stevenson Road. Yeah.
So there it is under number 1, second concession to Crawford Road.
All right. We'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi,
No.
Councillor Allen,
No.
Councillor Crew. No worries. All votes are in. Motion fails 3-14.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
I would move option 3.
All right, option 3. Can we put option 3 on the screen? Can I get a seconder for that? I'll go with Councillor Anderson since she supported put out the first one.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt. To Chris, which location, this isn't second concession to, what did you tell me before? To Stevenson, that was option 2. What's option 3?
Option 3 is the same, so
Okay.
option 3 is the Stevenson Road as well.
Thank you. We'll get that up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson, as we get this up, do you want to start some commentary?
I really don't, actually. I think I've covered most everything I've wanted to.
Okay, so once we get on there, we can understand what we're voting on very specifically, and we'll clarify when it gets up there. Councillor Anderson, is there anything you wanted to add? Are we gonna have any other, Councillor Finn?
Just a quick comment, should the plan actually be mentioned in the motion to keep it active? Just in case there is funding, and that way it doesn't get tossed to the side.
Thank you, Mayor Camp. So,
No, I know, but this is a new motion, so. Okay.
I think we'll wait till we get that up so we can all see what we're discussing here. Oh, okay. Okay, so everybody's have to go to option, is there a copy paste potential there just to put option 3 up there?
It's in the report that on page, is that not helpful?
So if everyone can go, is it easy enough just to copy paste so we can all see?
She has to go in and find the report.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can read it.
All right, we'll at least have the clerk read it.
Clerk, I can do it if you want.
Option 3 is now on the screen, so I'll just give everybody a moment to read that, just so we're all clear. Councillor Thompson, are you okay with just, if we take option 3 and down to where it's highlighted, this alternate approach would require additional consulting fees of 20,000? Is what you,
I think so, yes.
Councillor Anderson, are you okay with that? And I'll defer to you as well if there's any, I want it to be very clear for you. Maybe I'll default over if there's any changes you want to see on that.
Thank you,
Be
Mayor
clear.
Kenneth. So, no, the direction from council and the recommendation to proceed with option 3 is clear. Just for the public and council's knowledge, it is proceeding with phase 1, which is second concession, all the way to Stevenson. Anything beyond Stevenson, the work that was done to date through the municipal class EA process will be tabled. We'll be doing nothing with it. And we will be filing the phase 1 for the 60-day review period. That's a mandated process through the EA. And then following the finalization of the EA and subject to not getting any challenges from the MECP, and once it's a final document, we will be proceeding with the next steps, which is, like I said, land acquisition, detailed design, and then construction. My only recommendation for council to provide to administration would be where the funding is going to come from. We're asking for additional $20,000 to split this project up. A recommendation would be, because this is a capital plan project, a lot of the other funding sources were through the capital plan. That would be administration's recommendation, would be that $20,000 be funded through the capital plan.
Gord, can I look to you to suggest where, from the capital plan, you said? All right.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so right after that, if we just put in funding to come from, the fund, I didn't catch the funded capital plan, okay.
You want that in the motion? We've got it in.
We got it in there, all right. So now I've got some people looking. So Councillor Anderson, you seconded it, so I'll go to you, and then I've got Councillor Pinsino and Councillor Steve McGregor. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you. Just for clarification, this phase 2 still remains part of the Zuzek report, right, as the recommendation, and we can bring that back at any point, right?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. So yes, the Zuzek study report and the outcome of the Zuzek study to retreat all the way from Wheatley to Erie O is still an active recommendation endorsed by council.
So we could come back at any point and say we'd like to relook at phase 2.
Correct.
Thanks.
Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Steve McGregor.
Thank you, Worship. So does this mean it's not land protected, this section we're voting on, or it is land protected?
Thank you, Mayor Camp. So following the completion and council's adoption tonight and allowing administration to proceed with filing the ESR with the MECP, following the 60-day review period, subject to not receiving any comments or feedback or anything from the MECP, once it's a final document, then it's a protected corridor.
Okay, that works.
But not for phase 2 with this resolution.
Yeah,
But
not
that's
for
only for
phase
phase 1, exactly, yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Councillor Steve McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. So if this one passes, just for clarification, this does not put us in a position for available funding if this EA is then tabled. It's not considered a plan that we have in place. That'd be number one. Yes or no would just work.
No. So for phase 1, yes. So from everything from second session to Stevenson?
Yes.
Yes.
But for the rest of it?
Stevenson beyond, not in a healthy position to be attractive for future
For
funding.
any form of
Not to say
funding.
we won't apply,
Yeah.
but again, not having a plan in place, shovel ready, not good chances.
So if we see funding come along, is it as easy for council to pull this EA back, to readopt it, for you to be able to apply?
Great question, thank you. Yes, and maybe Steve can add to this too. Subject to nothing happening, no changes in the corridor, no changes in the environment that would challenge the outcome of the EA, then it makes it a lot easier. Not to say it's not, there won't be some challenges associated with it, or some financial burden associated with that,
Yeah.
but it will be a lot easier to pull it back and resurrect it and reopen it up and reevaluate it through the EA process. Steve?
If it's any duration of time, I'd expect there'd be new people that would be in the study area, and you'd likely go back to one of the beginning phases. It would be available, but you would start up the process somewhere near the beginning.
Any idea what that length of time is?
Before new people move into the study area? It's,
No,
there's for sale signs there today, I saw.
Oh, yeah, no, and I didn't mean that. I thought you were
Yeah, it'd be a
referring to-
question from MECP. I mean, if it's months or a year, it's a short duration. If it's 4, 6, 7 years,
Then
it
we
would
would
be
have to
repeating
go
it.
and restart the
Yeah.
whole EA again. So basically, the 400 and something thousand that we've spent at this point of time would have to be restarted at new rates and a process down the road. Whereas if we went to 2 and adopted it, did further education at 150 here, then it would still be there, not necessarily utilized, but still would be there and in place for us, but would possibly protect new builds and such in the area. But it wouldn't affect the people that are in that area right now, other than those who may want to build. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. I mean, I won't talk about the next resolution, but it can have a variation that's not in the EA or recommendations now, which there's other things that council could direct that could be in that document. So
So if we, say this failed and we went to 2, and this goes back for further education and stuff, can that EA from that study that we have, could it be revised even so that even if a build or something in the future were to come, that they could then come to the planning department for possible study of an individual place? Like, say it's on the back end of that 100-year line and things haven't happened in 10 years, and somebody maybe wants to build back there, but they can't because it's a protected area. With that in place, would they be able to come back to arrange for new zoning for a special area within that EA area, or not? Because
So the option 3, which you haven't voted on,
yeah,
it could have a different EA that could have those types of areas of flexibility or council directions that restrict construction for
so that could happen with option 2, with flexibility, or
It's the
or 3.
next option you haven't voted on. This would be, this version wouldn't allow.
Wouldn't allow that.
No.
Option 2 would.
Exactly. So we jumped option 2 that you were mentioning before, and we went straight to option 3, which is
I know.
completely
Well, I
killed.
know that.
Okay, so yes, option 2.
I would have preferred option 2, so I'm just asking, so if option 3 fails, then option 2 still could be put on the table.
Correct, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, I see for final comment, I want to confirm that how it's written up here meets Councillor Thompson and Councillor Anderson's, what they view. I see it as being the same, but okay, final comments over there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. In option 2, since we're discussing it a little bit here, and I do have concerns, doesn't option 2, we spend $150,000 and then we end up right back here discussing options 1 and 3 again?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It has the potential to do that. That's correct.
That's correct, and that's not what I want to do. I don't want to defer this for weeks or months and then come back here and have this conversation again. I want to decide what we're going to do tonight. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put this to vote.
Councillor Allen,
Yes.
Councillor Bondi,
Yes.
oh, there we go. All votes are in, motion passes 14-3.
All right, there we go. We will move on to
18C, Kyle Park Future Development and Community Engagement.
I'll give it 1 minute. I'm guessing everybody else doesn't want to stick around for the rest of the meeting. So I'll give a minute just for everyone, if anybody wants to leave. You're more than welcome to stick around. right, we'll get started again. We've got 33 minutes to finish before we get asked for an extension. So if I can ask everybody that wants to leave.
I'd like to leave.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on to the next item. But I need Councillor Sakachi, who's... Councillor Sakachi, I'm looking for the next one if you and Councillor Doyle, who's not here, or Councillor Thompson.
I'm here, I'll second it.
Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Thompson. All right.
Happy to move it, Mayor Caniff.
All right. So, Councillor Finn, you had a question.
Just a comment. 60 years ago, this land was donated, and the Kyle family was consulted in the early 70s. It's not a small chunk of land, and it's not that they're opposed to having some involvement or some activity on the land, as they donated a large chunk for an arena to be completed. There was no hesitation whatsoever when that request came through. But I find it odd that 60 years later, there's still no recognition on a park. So that I'd just like to keep them involved, possibly to be consulted. Cindy's a spokesperson. She knows how to get in touch with everybody. But it is utilized. Any ball tournament, if you've ever gone there are tons of people sitting there because it's shaded. There's no other real shade in that area, and there's people that could use it. So maybe a couple benches, see if it brings down the older people from the apartment building. But I just don't want to see them not being involved in something that for 60 years, there's not even a plaque there. So if we could have, if that's a friendly amendment to.
So, Councillor Sakachi?
That's actually one of the most important parts in the report, and my motion was to have recognition to the family regarding either a monument, plaque, or statue, anything like that, is to bring recognition to the donation and bring recognition to the family. I think that's the most important part. I had about, I would say, about half of a dozen calls this week just asking the location of Kyle Park. I think that we need to do a better job to also identify it and identify the donor and make it more known and how much we appreciate it, the land acquisition back in the day. Thank you.
So, Councillor Finn, B, does that cover off what you're saying there?
No. I'm talking about A, where it says engage in negotiations with interested community groups. I would also like the Kyle family to be involved in that process, whether it be Cindy as a spokesperson or the family to be invited to as a whole, or whoever can attend. I know some of them are out of town, some of them are unable to attend.
So you're asking for them to, just to clarify.
Well, they've been involved for 60 years. They've received no recognition whatsoever. I'd like them to be involved in knowing or having a say as to what is going to go into this land. I know what Mr. Kyle's intentions were, but there hasn't even been a bench put in or a sign. That for 60 years, nobody has even known where this land came from. And had it not been for the Kyle family and their donation, there wouldn't be change rooms at the Blenheim Arena. And I don't even think there's any recognition in the arena, I could be wrong on that, about their donation there. So instead of just pushing them off to the side, I understand the 40 years, we don't have to do that. But being that they've given for 60 years and it's without any recognition whatsoever, I'd like to see them have a say, if it's a friendly amendment.
Councillor Sakachi, what are your thoughts on that?
It just says in there, there's no identification of any specific group. It just says interest community groups.
But they're not a community group.
So, but a community group doesn't have to be something that's identified as a community group. It can be anybody, in my opinion. Maybe the CAO, Mr. Dubin, can clarify on that point.
All right. Sorry, the clerk just suggested that we add a D and then we separate it out, and then you can we can vote on it, yes or no. Does that work for you, Councillor Finn? Councillor
works for me.
Sakachi? Well, that would be an amendment, so she's adding a D, but we'll vote on that D separately.
Unless it's friendly.
Less it's friendly, then we put it as a package.
I'd just like to see what exactly it says, because what she's saying in B is part of, most of it is B, is exactly what she's stating about planning for the naming areas, and
That's not what I'm saying. I understand there should have been a sign there 60 years ago or something, even a small wooden sign, some sort stating it's Kyle Park. Something stating that land donated by the Kyle family. What I'm saying is, in relation to A, that the Kyle family or a representative of the Kyle family have a representation during these negotiations, or at least view their points. I know what they'd like to see, and it's not a pickleball court or it's not a sports.
Would it be appropriate to keep them just consulted with?
Consulted, yeah, but they're at least included in a motion.
Michael, you had a thought?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So, I mean, it comes down to whether or not it's a friendly motion, but if Councillor Sakacci was interested in adding a representative of the Kyle family to the community group description, so in other words, engage in negotiations with interested community groups and a representative of the Kyle family, then if that meets Councillor Finn's interest, I think that's something that we would do. Whether we meet with 10 groups or 11 groups, not going to make a difference. At the end of the day, we're going to meet with whoever is, is relevant in that community. So I think it really comes down to whether the mover is okay with that as an amendment. I will say that the word negotiations is maybe a little bit too strong there. Even for the community groups, because I don't want community groups to think that it's necessarily a negotiation. It really should be consultation, because it's hard to negotiate with people who don't necessarily have any stake in it. So, so maybe by you asking that question, we've figured out that perhaps there should be a little bit of a different change in 1A as well. But I'll leave it to the mover to see if they're willing to make that change.
Mayor Caniff, I'd like to amend A to saying engage in consultation with interested community groups and members. And then to my knowledge, Mr. Pollack, then you would be bringing back, if you had any interest from any groups, if there's money, if we just have trees and a bench and a walking path because somebody steps up to do that, that's coming back to council anyways. This is just going to see if there's any community members that are interested. Just to get everyone a quick heads up, the reason why I brought this forward, there was a significant amount of community groups that came forward that they said they wanted to do something nice with the park. They had volunteers potentially and funds potentially. In doing so, I just thought it would be beneficial if we were going to talk about that, which it's still going to be conversation and has to come back for approval, that we had the main part would be B, that we recognize where this property came from. And that's why it was part of my my motion prior to even consulting with anybody, because that was the most important part, is that there was, basically some representation of where this came from. So if everybody's okay with that, I'd happy to move that forward. But just to let everybody know one more time, this would be come back to council if we do have anybody. We could have no takers for this, right, right, Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob Pollock, Director of Parks, Recreation, Cemeteries. That's completely correct, yes. So we would bring this back. This is to just get council approval to reach out to community members and community groups, come back with a plan, have the financials, have the actual plan of what we wanted to do there. So we're getting council approval so we can move forward with that step. If council said, no, we don't want to do that, we want to leave it as a park, we wouldn't even consider that. So if council votes in favor of this, we can go out and reach out to community groups and community members. So I guess the only change that I would recommend is just adding community in front of members, so there's no confusion over a member of a community group or something like that. So just community groups and community members to develop the area. And does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. It's just, I also want to, mention in the report that we did have engaged in consultation already with, I know it's only a couple hundred people, but it's still pretty significant for our Let's Talk page, right? So we'd have consulted the computer, right? So.
Councillor Thompson, are you okay with this amendment?
To be honest, Councillor Sakacci's driving the bus on this, so if he's happy with it, I'm happy
All right.
with it.
Any other questions?
Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Bondi,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
and Counselor Allen.
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-1. Moving on to Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation, 2022 BMA study. We have a quick presentation from Matt Torrance, Director of Financial Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. My name is Matt Torrance. I'm the Director of Financial Services. I'm here tonight to review the highlights of the 2022 BMA municipal study, which had 117 Ontario municipalities participate. Chatham-Kent takes part of the BMA municipal study annually, which provides an opportunity to benchmark ourselves against other municipalities in the province. A comparison is made between Chatham-Kent and 7 other municipalities in this presentation, which were selected from a relevant group of municipalities. Sorry, I just want to. That's good. This is working. Sorry. This is a list of the other 7 municipalities. The following slides will show how Chatham-Kent compares to our 7 comparators, which is shown as the group average, and to all 117 municipalities who participated in the study, represented as the survey average. The BMA study primarily focuses on 3 areas: socioeconomic, financial, and cost of service and affordability indicators. There are several factors that affect a municipality's financial condition. The socioeconomic area captures items such as population change, population density, and taxes as a percentage of income. The financial area captures items such as tax revenues, tax expenditures per capita, debt, and reserves. The cost of service and affordability indicators compares Chatham-Kent's cost of services and taxation to other municipalities who participated in the study. A significant challenge that Chatham-Kent faces is its population density. Population density represents the number of individuals per square kilometer. As you can see in this table, Chatham-Kent has a low population density, meaning there are fewer people to pay for the required infrastructure and services such as roads, bridges, and water and wastewater infrastructure. Chatham-Kent has a population density of 44 people per square kilometer. London has 1,068, Sarnia 455, and Windsor 1,660. Since 2021, Chatham-Kent has been faced with an assessment shift, with the tax burden being shifted from commercial, industrial, and multi-res and onto the farm tax class. This has occurred as a result of a period of factory closings, along with the Assessment Review Board appeals, in which many big box stores have undertaken to reduce their assessment. Chatham-Kent is actively working to protect our assessment base by engaging the assistance of a private consulting firm. The information presented in this chart is based on the 2016 assessment cycle. The 2020 assessment update has been delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the weighted assessment composition information is stale and not entirely reflective of our current assessment makeup in Chatham-Kent. Updates from the province to date have not confirmed when the assessment update will occur. The provincial government has indicated the property assessment for the 2022 and 2023 property tax years will continue to be based on the fully phased-in January 1st, 2016 values. The earliest possible reassessment is January 1st, 2024. but we continue to wait on the province for more information on this matter. And while commercial, industrial, and multi-res properties have seen an assessment decreases, farmland has seen significant increase in their value. In 2011, farm properties were responsible for 5.7% of the tax burden, and in 2022, this number has grown to 11.6%. In 2022, Chatham-Kent had the 11th lowest assessment per capita of the 117 municipalities who participated in the BMA study, with roughly $105,000 of assessment per capita. Assessment per capita takes Chatham-Kent's total weighted assessment divided by our population. In the group of 7 comparator municipalities, Chatham-Kent is second lowest, ahead of only Windsor. Next, please. Household income is a measure which indicates a community's ability to pay for services provided by the municipality. Chatham-Kent is on the low end of municipalities who participated in the survey and is below both the survey and group average, with an average household income of about $82,000. The financial position of a municipality is a key indicator of its financial health. The financial position is determined by taking financial assets of a municipality less its liabilities. Chatham-Kent has a positive financial position of $2,277 per capita, significantly above the survey average of $949 and higher than the group average of $1,406. Prior to 2014, Chatham-Kent had a negative financial position, meaning our liabilities exceeded our financial assets. Beginning in 2014, Chatham-Kent moved to a positive financial position of $241 per capita, which has continued to increase, reaching $2,277 per capita in 2021. The asset consumption ratio of a municipality is an indicator of the age of its assets. The older the overall age, the overall average of its assets, the greater the ratio. The tax consumption ratio are those assets which are funded through property tax dollars, while water and wastewater reserves are funded through the Public Utilities Commission. Chatham-Kent's asset consumption ratio is higher than both the survey and group average. It should be noted that in fast-growing municipalities, they typically have a lower asset consumption ratio as they continue to build new infrastructure to support growth. In talking about reserves, the level of reserves required by a municipality will vary for a number of reasons, which include services that are provided, the age and condition of our infrastructure, service levels that are desired by the population, and economic conditions and projections, just to name a few. Reserve comparative analysis measures a municipality's reserves as a percentage of its own source revenue. Own source revenue would include taxes and user fees, but exclude senior government funding. Chatham-Kent had reserve balances funded through tax of 107% of our own source revenue, which is higher than both the group and survey averages. Chatham-Kent's water and wastewater reserves are below both the group and survey average. Water reserves have increased in 2020 from negative 1.8% to 18%, and wastewater reserves increased since 2020 from 29 to 35%. Chatham-Kent continues to make significant progress in lowering its debt. Chatham-Kent's overall outstanding debt and tax debt are both below the survey average. A few key points to note are approximately 59% of Chatham-Kent's debt is related to water and wastewater, which is funded through user fees administered by the PUC and not through property taxes. A large portion of tax debt is funded by senior levels of government. The actual amount of debt funded directly by Chatham-Kent taxpayers is approximately $85 per capita. Many municipalities aim to have a debt-to-reserve ratio of 1, as this is deemed to be financially prudent by rating agencies. A ratio of 1 denotes that for every $1 in debt, there's $1 in reserves. Chatham-Kent has a healthier debt-to-reserve ratio than the survey average of 0.6. A ratio of 0.2 means that for every $1 of reserves, Chatham-Kent has 20 cents of debt. This has improved since 2020 when Chatham-Kent's ratio was 0.3. Taxes receivable are the taxes that have been billed and are owing by residents and businesses in Chatham-Kent but have not been paid. Taxes receivable are a sign of municipal financial health and its residents' ability to pay their tax bill. Taxes receivable in Chatham-Kent have increased since 2020 from 3.3 to 3.6%. On March 22nd, 2020, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, a provincial order in council was enacted suspending limitation periods and procedural timeframes with respect to tax sales. This order required administration to pause all tax sale proceedings while the order was in effect. As a result, the typical collection functions were not permitted and the pursuit of collection tax arrears was put on hold. Comparing Chatham-Kent's water and wastewater costs for residential households, we are close to the survey average and above the group average, with only Windsor and Sudbury being higher in the group comparators. Chatham-Kent is above the survey average and the group average due to the fact that we have a significant amount of infrastructure which is spread over a wide geographic area. In comparison, Windsor has a total of 3 water and wastewater plants, but in Chatham-Kent we have a total of 14. A water and wastewater comparison for industrial water costs shows Chatham-Kent is below the group and survey average, with only Sarnia having lower industrial and wastewater costs within the group. Comparing a single-family detached home, the taxes paid in Chatham-Kent are below both the survey and group average for a similar house in other municipalities. For example, if you purchased a house in Chatham-Kent, that house may cost you $300,000, but if you're to go to London and purchase the exact same house, it may cost you $600,000. So while you hear that London's tax rate is lower, you're paying slightly less taxes in Chatham-Kent than you would in London for the same house. Although the inventory of high-rise multi-res has grown significantly in recent years under the new CIP program, in 2021, Chatham-Kent did not have a significant number of occupied multi-res high-rises. However, the taxes paid per unit in Chatham-Kent are above the survey average and group average within this class. When comparing the tax burden on a commercial building, Chatham-Kent is approximately at the survey average and below the group average for taxes paid per square foot. And as noted in this slide, Chatham-Kent's industrial taxes per square foot is substantially lower than both the group and survey average. When comparing both taxes and water and wastewater costs, Chatham-Kent is below both the group and survey average. Chatham-Kent has the 16th lowest cost of services of the 114 municipalities. And finally, with Chatham-Kent having one of the lowest income per household ratings in the study, a property tax and water as a percentage of our property tax and water costs as a percentage of income is above both the group and survey average, even though, as noted in the previous slide, Chatham-Kent has one of the lowest cost of services in the survey. And that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, prior to getting questions, we're at 9 minutes to 10. I need a motion to move to let's say 10:30. Councillor Finn, can I get a seconder? Councillor Anderson, anyone opposed to? I should put in perspective that we only have one council meeting this month, so that's kind of why we're running over. When I look, we don't have another one scheduled till February. So that's kind of why we got the pack. Anyway, I just put that caveat there that I guess we wouldn't be dealing. Okay, so just given with that thought process, we got the second. Anyone opposed to, and hopefully an extra 20 minutes? One, I'll leave you, clerk.
4 against. Councillor Bondi. He's asleep. Councillor, just kidding.
No, he's not. He's awake. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi.
He smells like smoke, but he's awake.
Okay. Councillor Allen or Councillor Bondi, are you opposed to going another 20, well, till 10:30 max?
No, I'm okay.
No.
Okay, so motion passes.
All right, sorry, we'll open up questions. Councillor Sakachi.
I just got one quick question. Mr. Quinton, I guess the question is going to be to you just because I'm having one hard time understanding something. The rural funds that's distributed, why do they go by population and not go by, you know, the residents per square kilometer? I just don't understand how some communities that are less rural than us get more funding when we're significantly more rural than some of these additional funds they receive. And I don't know if there's a reason I'm missing behind that, or I just need to understand it a little bit better.
Gonna be hard to answer probably, but you're talking, which funding are you talking about? The OMPF or the infrastructure funding for roads?
The OMPF, yeah.
So there really are like around 50 different measures that go into that, including income in the area, and so there's places where we gain, and then but we do have a couple urban centers, Chatham and Wallaceburg, that are of the size that they carve out of that population when they do that calculation. For example, OMPF funding actually even went up for Windsor in this last term. They gained about 400,000, and it's because of their extreme low income levels in the city of Windsor. So bottom line, it is a very complicated and quite the science to look through all these funding formulas. I know that's not the answer you're looking for tonight, but it is a complicated issue.
Yeah, my last comment is I just think that we kind of get the short end of the stick, so to speak, because I think that we should be getting an increased funding when it comes to how rural our community is and how much infrastructure we do have. Thank you.
Okay. That was just for information, so we'll move on to
Item 19C, October 2022 budget variance forecast.
Councillor Story and Councillor B. McGregor. Can I get you to move this?
Also move. Thank you.
Seconded.
Councillor Story, you had a question.
I just had a question regarding the blizzard. How is that going to affect our variance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Steve Brown, Director of Performance, Budget and Performance Services. So the blizzard that took place in December was not included in the variance. The variance was completed in October. We did include one moderate snowstorm when we projected out. Obviously, the blizzard was much more substantial. So I'm anticipating, it's still early, but I'm anticipating probably about $1 million to $1.5 million. More of a negative variance. So we were projecting 3.1, so it's probably going to be in the 4.5 to 5 million come the end of the year.
Thank you.
Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Worship. The Wheatley expenses, are we still expecting to get some money from the province for that?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We are still trying to get more money, but there is no more committed to this. This is what we're likely going to be faced with, is this well, now approximately a $5 million deficit in 2022. We don't anticipate to get more money, but we're still trying to get more money.
Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Can we expect an update report on the Wheatley expenses once are kind of done hearing from the province, so we can sort of itemize that as a cost and make sure that the public's aware of who footed the bill and how much the bill was footed?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So yes, we brought that report in late September, I believe, or October 3rd council meeting that sort of summarized all the cost to date then. But we still have a lot of decisions to make over the next few months on where we go with a lot of things, and there's 20 years of expenses to come on it. As we move into the future here. So our plan here is this is a projected final variance. It takes about around June before financial services is done with their year end. At that point in time, we'll have to make a decision on how to fund this deficit and whether it's in the 2024 multi-year budget or pulling from reserves or however we fund it. We're not looking for that decision tonight. Hopefully we have some good news before that comes back to council in June.
Councillor Anderson.
Just a quick question. Have we received the Golder report, and when receiving that, would that maybe help solidify some upper government funding?
Chief Case?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We now have the Golder report, which is with our consultant, and right now the two engineering groups are working on a way forward so that we'll have a plan for the next 6 months. So right now that's being deliberated between the expert opinions. We hope it gives us some clarity, that's for sure.
But if, just supplementary to that, I don't know if that's necessarily going to impact past expenses. I think once we can nail down what the experts are saying we need to do going forward, it'll give us a better idea of what future expenses will be. And those are the expenses that we definitely are going to hopefully get some assistance from the province. So it's two separate issues, but good question, and we should know something more soon. Once the experts sort of sort out what the recommendations are, then we have a better idea of what we think the cost of implementing those recommendations will be, and that's when we can reach out to the province and seek assistance. So you'll be hearing more of that. We literally, this is happening, within the last 48 hours or so, and I think the experts are hopefully going to be meeting in the next couple of days to sort that out. So.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. See no other questions, so we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi? Councillor Bondi?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Moving on to the last report or item for this evening under the regular agenda, 22B, motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding decision-making on future vaccination policies.
Councillor Jubenville?
With regards to my motion on decision-making for future vaccination policies, we need to be proactive for when the next time we find ourselves in a similar situation, that some may feel it necessary to install a vaccination policy for municipal employees, volunteers, new hires, and within municipal buildings, etc. In Ontario, many municipalities that I mentioned in my motion made vaccination policies solely under the direction of their council alone. This is how I believe any decision regarding future vaccination policies should be arrived at under the direction of our own municipal council. Unless otherwise mandated by our province, I feel it is prudent that any decision regarding the mandating or policy making surrounding vaccinations and or enforcement be left as an ultimate decision for council to make. This, like any other council decision, will be decided on through our voting system. Council will have consultation and communication from our executive management team, along with any members of public health or members of our medical community at large, along with citizens of our community. Consideration will be taken when consulting these aforementioned people, but ultimately it should be the decision of Chatham-Kent Council under their own consultation, conscience, and direction alone. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Doyle?
I'll second that.
Okay. Councillor Thompson, you had a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes.
And Councillor Allen?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion fails 5-12.
We'll go to notices of motion. We got Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Finn.
Me first, Mayor Kenneth?
Yes.
Thank you. I, Councillor Anthony Sakachi, hereby provide notice that I'll be bringing the following motion for voting to discussion on the next meeting of council. Whereas the municipality's responsible animal ownership bylaw permits chickens on premises zoned agricultural under the community municipality zoning bylaw permitting such use. Whereas there is interest from public requesting that chickens be permitted on urban and rural residential areas, Be it resolved that council direct administration to conduct a CK Let's Talk survey to obtain feedback and comments on permitting backyard chickens in urban residential areas and rural residential areas. And two, that an information report with the results of the survey and information on surrounding municipalities and what they are doing regarding chickens in urban areas be reported back to council by May of 2023. Include consultation with public health for additional feedback and recommendations.
Councillor Finn?
I, Councillor Amy Finn, hereby provide notice I will be bringing the following motion for voting and discussion on February 5th meeting of council. Whereas the area of Park Avenue West, Chatham, between Wedgwood Avenue and Bloomfield Road is developing many more residential areas, in addition to the ones that have recently been developed. These areas are comprised of both residential homes and apartments. And whereas this increase in development means an increase in vehicle, pedestrian, and cyclist traffic, as well as school buses stopping along the roadway. And whereas there are no sidewalks in the area between Kyle Drive and Bloomfield Road, whereas this section of Park Avenue West is presently posted 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, and whereas Bloomfield Road is a 50 kilometer per hour zone, therefore be it resolved that administration review the current 60 kilometer per hour and 70 kilometer per hour speed limit zones on Park Avenue West in the community of Chatham and determine if any reductions or adjustments are required.
Okay, closed session reports. Councillor Crew, and I'll have Councillor Wright second that.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Council received information on education or training of members with regards to the Integrity Commission and training and the Code of Conduct, Section 239.31, Municipal Act 2001. I so move.
Well, second it, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Allen
Yes.
and Councillor Bondi.
Yes.
All votes are in and motion passes 17-0.
We'll move on to approval of communication items. Councillor Anderson, you wanted to pull out 2G.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been selected by draw, I guess, to sit on the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, and there's an ask from them. I just have my first meeting with them tomorrow, but I was hoping to bring this motion forward. The federal government set a priority forward to invest $1 billion into preservation of freshwater, specifically the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence. That has yet to been put in. No funding has been supplied. I want to start by first saying that past councillor Claire Latimer did an amazing job representing Chatham-Kent, sitting on that board, and has been so gracious to mentor me through this for the next foreseeable future. She was in the middle of doing some really amazing projects, and one of the pilot projects that she was bringing forward was included the Wheatley Harbor. So I think that that's something that I will extend here a big thank you to her, and I will certainly continue to support that pilot project moving forward, and I look forward to sitting on this board. The ask of council tonight is that we support Great Lakes St. Lawrence City Initiative to encourage our federal government to follow through with their promise of the $1 billion initiative. And there is a motion that we can put, it's there. There it is.
Councillor Story, will you second this?
Happy to.
All right, any other questions? Anyone opposed to doing this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead with that. Communication items, can I get someone to move all the other communication items? Councillor Scotchy, second by Councillor Pinsino. Any other questions? Seeing none, anyone opposed? Motion carries. Non-agenda business, we'll go to Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I know platform standing in the way of us leaving, so I will keep it short and sweet. There's an opportunity to fill in a vacant seat on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which is a national organization advocating for municipal needs. I'd love for us to have a voice at that table, so I would love to have the support of council to apply for this position. Thank you.
Councilor McGrail, will you second that?
I will. I think Councillor Crew will put it in motion.
Sorry, I will go over, it's getting late. Yeah, it said this in my notes, and Councilor Crew, will you move this?
Oh, I'd be happy to.
Councilor McGrail, will you re-second it? All right, there we go.
Absolutely.
All right, any questions? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Sakachi, then Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to recognize Abby Stonehouse and the achievement that she just had yesterday, winning gold medal for Team Canada at the Women's Under-18 tournament in Sweden. She played an integral role in the championship, and I was also wondering, Mayor Caniff, if we could potentially have her in chambers if she's able to recognize her with something and present her to her in council chambers.
That was certainly in the plans. That's the least we can do, if not a lot more. So I'm looking forward to the collective Ward 2 councillors coming up with some really cool things for us to do for her, because it's a pretty amazing accomplishment.
Perfect, and I hope that we can maybe do something in the community as well to recognize her, because that's a huge achievement to have a local grown athlete win something so major. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. In our mail earlier this week, we had a response, surprise, surprise, from the government in regards to the golf cart pilot project. And they were opening up consultations on February 1st, and I just wanted to make sure that it's virtual, that somebody on staff was going to be in attendance.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, a member of engineering has registered for the event.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I got a little talk on the storm here on the 23rd. We owe the community a big thanks for all the people who took in strangers at Christmas time in their homes. I worked myself in the storm for 5 days. I took people to the warming center in Ridgetown, and they were well organized, quick organized. They were putting people out. Our emergency services went over and above. They were all at all the places I was at. And I was out and I pulled ambulances, snow plows, loaders, graders, police cars out. Everybody was out trying, but everybody was getting stuck. We just could not move out there. And in Ridgetown, the service clubs were out and helped. Like it was a great community effort. It was well organized. Everybody stepped up quick. And then somebody posted my phone call to tell people to call me about road conditions and for calls. And in 5 days, I had 670 calls. but we got through it, so thank you to our community and our staff.
Did you return all those phone calls?
Yes, I answered them all.
Yes, I've heard many great things. The community as a whole, Chatham-Kent stepped up huge in all this. I've heard kudos come in from a number of people who are stuck, and I know Chief Case got one from way up in Toronto, and they're gushing with the amazing things that we did here in the community, and that's just another thing that shows how Chatham-Kent is absolutely amazing. So thank you to everyone that stepped up in the community. Anything else on non-agenda? With that, I'll move to first and second reading. Councillor Pinsino, Councillor Finn. The Pin-Fin combination.
Happy to move it.
Seconded.
Anyone, any questions? Anyone not want to do that? All right. Thank you. Motion carries. Oh, yes. Whoa. Yeah. He's getting all excited over there. Sees the end of the meeting coming. Councillor Allen and Councillor Bondi, would you do the third and final reading for us?
So moved. Have a good night.
This was a test, and you both passed. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right.
We're both with
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Resolution of council in closed session and adjournment.
You ready?
Well, we gotta go through, we gotta read that. Come on, sit down. We got another 10 seconds here.
Listen up. The Chatham-Kent Council adjourned to its next meeting to be held on Monday, February 6, 2023, and the Chatham-Kent Council authorized itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act. I so move.
And Councillor Hall was the first person to look at me. You can second.
second.
All right. Anyone opposed to cutting out at 10:13? Have a great night, everybody. What's left of it.